This canopy formation team from Kazakhstan for the rotation, please. We need you at the manifest. The canopy formation team from Kazakhstan, please come to the manifest next to the Skydive Dubai Cafe immediately.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Skydive Dubai on this beautiful Sunday morning. Coming up next on the program is the Microlight Auto Gyro event. Just making last preparations on the runway, and we'll be coming up with that in just a few minutes' time.
And this is now a 15-minute call for accuracy landing, round 1. Male teams, team number 20, Qatar, and team number 19, Canada. 15 minutes accuracy landing, teams 20 and 19.
Like a helicopter. Instead, they have an engine and a propeller at the back of the machine, which propels them forwards. And as a result of going forwards, the helicopter blades start to spin. That gives them lift, that creates a wing, and then they're able to fly. So remember, the big difference between these machines and helicopters is the blades are only powered by the air going through them and not by an engine.
Attention, the head of delegation of Thailand, Patty. Head of delegation of Thailand, Patty. Please come to the manifest, parachute manifest, next to the Skydive Dubai Cafe. Thank you.
So what are these very capable little airplanes doing today? We have a three-part task for them. The first is a short takeoff. The pilot himself decides how much of the runway he needs to take off, and then clear a tape, which is across the runway, which is 1 meter high. So perhaps the pilot thinks he needs 60 meters to take off. The marshal will put the autogyro 60 meters away from the tape, and then the pilot has to try to get over the tape and not break it, which incurs penalties. Then they go into section 2, which is the pylon section. There are 8 pylons to fly around, and it's a race against the clock. They have to fly as quickly as possible. They'll be flying full speed, which is about 180 kilometers per hour, and it'll take them probably 1 minute 30, 1 minute 35 for part 2. Then part 3 is a precision landing. They'll climb to 1,000 feet, about 300 meters, switch their engine off, and then glide down to the ground to land accurately in a box 5 meters long. If they do that, no more penalties for landing. They add the score from their takeoff run, which is converted into seconds, and the time going around the pylons to make an overall score. So we're ready to go. We're lining up with the first competitor, who is Vendal Shebok from Hungary. Just 1 or 2 safety issues to deal with before we're off with the Microlight Autogyro event today.
And this is now a 5-minute call, 5 minutes for accuracy landing round 1. Male teams 20 Qatar and 19 Canada. 5 minutes for Qatar and Canada.
If we have anybody from the Thailand delegation here at Palm Drop Zone, please come to the manifest, parachute manifest next to Skydive Dubai Cafe. Anybody from Thailand delegation, please come to the manifest. Thank you.
So we're away with the first competitor in the Microlight Auto Gyro event. This is Vendor Sheikh of Hungary. Chose to take off from a distance of 100 meters and successfully cleared the tape. So he's off, he's away into section 2 of the race, which is the pylon slalom. This is against the clock. So far 28 seconds on the clock. He's going well, looking very smooth. So far Vendel's been flying consistently. But,
And again,
the first two races that
accuracy landing teams, we are starting with competition. And team number 20 from Qatar and team number 19, please check into manifest. Okay. That's a first training jump, sorry.
So this is race number 3 in the Auto Gyro competition here at the FAI World Air Games in Dubai. And as I was saying, Vendel so far has finished 16th in the first race and 21st in the second race, making him 18th overall. The pilots can drop their worst score and only take their best scores through to the final. So even if they have a bad day at the office, it doesn't really matter because they can come back tomorrow and have another go. And I'm afraid this is what Vendel's doing today. He needs to put in a better performance if he's to go home back to his home country of Hungary with a medal around his neck. So he's through the slalom part of the task. He'll now climb up to 1,000 feet, 300 meters, before switching the engine off and gliding back down to ground for a precision landing. Vendel's doing pretty well this time. He successfully through the takeoff phase with the 100-meter start and no penalties. Then through the pylon section in 103 seconds. So currently his total is 203. And we're now waiting for the landing. Perfect landing scores, no penalty seconds. Remember, he has to land in a 5-meter long box. And if he misses the first box, lands in the second 5-meter box, then that's a 5-second penalty to add to his time. Of course, the lowest score wins. Rendell's in the overhead. He's switched the motor off, so now he's gliding back down to ground. Meanwhile, competitor number 2, Nasser from Norway, has taken off. Don't worry, it's not on fire. That's a smoke canister, so you can see where he's flying in the pylon section. Rendell coming into land. Engine off. I can see the propeller is switched off, so he's gliding using the momentum of the autogyro. These things can fly extremely slowly, and he's coming into land just now. And unfortunately, that's just a little bit short of first box, which incurs a 30-second penalty. So his total today will be 233. Jan is out in the pylon section. So far in races 1 and 2, he's finished 18th and 19th out of the 20 competitors we have here today. He's looking smooth. Smooth usually means fast. He's completed the pylon section. He's coming along to the finish gate. Going through the finish gate now. And time stops. In a time of... Oh no, he missed the gate. He missed flying through the finish gate, which means he gets the 0 score or a 999 score for the pylon section. He's going to be kicking himself. Jan Nasser completing his circuit to 1,000 feet, 300 meters. Flying overhead the deck now. I'll switch the engine off and come back down. Meanwhile, on the takeoff is now Herbert Lerner of Germany, currently lying 20th after 2 races. He needs to get going before we can't see through the red smoke, but he's off. He's chosen a takeoff distance of 90 meters. Let's see if he can clear the tape. Yep, he made it. He's over the tape. So he takes 90 seconds with him to the pylon section. Jan Nasser coming to land, looking good. He's got the speed, he's got the height. Will he make the distance? Nope, he he's landed short as well, so that's another 30-second penalty. I'm afraid not a good day in the office. Back tomorrow. Meanwhile, Herbert Lehner in the pylon section, again looking smooth. These autogyros are very, very capable little aeroplanes. They'll be flying at about 170, 180 kilometers per hour around this course. It's very hard work. When the pilots land, they're full of adrenaline, shaking like a leaf. And they'll be pulling at least 2.5, maybe 3G as they're going around the corners. So Herbert finishes the course in a time of 1 minute 22 to add to his 90-second for his 90-meter takeoff run. And he'll climb to 1,000 feet before switching the engine.
And again, accuracy landing. Team number 20 from Qatar and 19 from Canada, you are on a call for your training jumps. Accuracy landing team 20 and 19.
Like to play for you. Anything groovy.
We a confirmed score from the takeoff section for Herbert Lehner. He didn't successfully clear the tape after his 90-meter run. In fact, looking up into the sky, we can see part of the tape streaming behind him as he flies down for his precision landing. So he scores the maximum distance for his takeoff, which is 150. So you add the 150 to his time of 1 minute 22 or 82 seconds. Coming into land nicely. They'll be eyeing the box as they land, judging the speed and the height of the aeroplane as they come into land, and he's safe. And another short landing. So the first 3 competitors have misjudged the conditions, and they've all landed slightly short of that elusive 5-meter box. The new getting wins for Herbert Lehner. It's confirmed that he didn't clear the tape on takeoff, but he also flew too low in the pylon section, and that is an automatic 0 score for safety reasons. And then he landed short in the landing. So Herbert probably wasn't worth getting out of bed this morning. Come back on Monday and let's see if we can do better. we go. So number 4 has just taken off. This is Eric Changeur of France. He's decided on an 80 meter takeoff run. He's managed to clear the tape. No word from the starting marshal, so successfully cleared the tape from his 80 meters and section. Tunes so far are mixed. He came second in the first race, but 17th in the second race. He's overall 4th at the moment after 2 races. They'll fly a total of 5 times here at the World Air Games in Dubai. They can drop their worst scores from the first few days in a desert location and also one of their scores from here at Skydive Dubai. And of course, the person with the lowest score at the end of the week will be going home with an FAI gold medal around their neck. Eric successfully through 1 minute 23.06. Flying off over the marina and over the palm here in Dubai, climbing to 1,000 feet, 300 meters before switching the engine off for his landing. Already lining up is competitor number 5, Hamdan of the Netherlands, currently lying 19th. But it can all change. A couple of good performances here over the next 2 days. And Herman will be finding himself a long way further up the leaderboard. This is looking very promising for Herman. A successful takeoff and time of 83 seconds through the pylons. That's one of the fastest times we've seen all week. He needs to keep the concentration levels up for his landing. A perfect landing scores 0 extra penalty seconds. He's overhead now. It's the strange time of that flying session when you switch the engine off deliberately. For no reason whatsoever other than to show your skill and your expertise in bringing this aeroplane down unpowered into a 5-meter long landing strip. Landing now, the characteristic S turns just as he comes into land. This was an incredibly quick. And another short. If you land before the start of this 5-meter box, you score a 30-second penalty. So Eric has a really fast time in the pylon section, but he has to now contend with the 30 seconds he's picked up in the landing section. Let's see at the end of the race where that leaves him. Competitor number 5 in the pylon section, Herman Hintzen from Netherlands. He'll be flying absolutely flat out at this stage. maybe 170, 180 kilometers an hour as he pulls hard on the control stick in the autogyro, feeling the G's being pushed into the seat. And here comes the tricky bit. He's got too much height. He has to let the throttle off so that he can come down low enough to go through the finish gate. He's slow, he's steady, he needs to get a time. Waiting for the clock to stop, and it stopped at 1 minute, 57.44 seconds. So compare that with Eric Changeur, who we just saw go round in 1 minute 23, and Herman 1 minute 57. That just shows how quick Eric was.
And this is now a 15-minute call for accuracy landing, team number 18, Finland, and team number 17, Serbia. 15 minutes for Finland and Serbia.
Hamdan coming into land now. He's looking a bit low. Is he going to continue the pattern of the gyro pilots landing short? It's tricky conditions out here in Dubai. It's hot. Many of these pilots fly in generally cooler conditions. Air's a bit denser and they have a bit more energy to come in for their landing. Maybe that's what's affecting them here today. It's the first time that they've flown this course, so clearly it's still getting used to the conditions. Herman's down safely, waiting for the final verdict on his landing. There's a bank of judges on the landing deck. They all watch the landing. It's also recorded in 4K resolution just in case there are any disputes later. The judges will come together and determine between themselves where the landing was on the deck, and then the result through to the official scorers here on the runway. We've got competitor number 6 in the air, Aloisi Downback from Poland, safely through the pylon section in 1 minute 25 seconds, a very competitive time. Aloisi so far has had a bit of a mixed competition, finished 6th in the first race, but 16th in the second. He's overall 12th at the moment. With a time of 1 minute 25, he certainly could see himself climbing up the rankings after this. The all-important landing. He can only lose points on this landing. climbing up into the overhead to reach 1,000 feet. These machines will generally 1,000 feet a minute, maybe a little bit more. They're flying solo today, so they can easily achieve more than 1,000 feet in about 5 meters per second. Very, very capable little aeroplanes. Don't be put off by their size. People very often flying cross-country, cross-continent, have a range of maybe 1,000 kilometers, maybe 150 kilometers per hour. The number just entering the currently lying 17th. As we watch Lloydsie Danbach from Poland flying directly overhead me at the moment. Engine switched off. He's lining up, he's slowing down, his forward motion is very, very slow. Then he'll dive, use the energy converted from the height of the aeroplane into speed. Slight side slip as he comes into land, and he's down now. Will he be the first person to land in the 5-meter box today? So far, everybody's been landing short. We'll wait for confirmation from the scorers. From Netherlands, just completing the pylon section, looking at the official clock, 1 minute 46 so far, having to go slowly to make sure he gets through the finishing gate. And he's registered a time of 1 minute 54.58 seconds. I think we can call that slow but steady.
And this is now a 5-minute call. 5 minutes for accuracy landing. Team number 18 from Finland and team number 17 from Serbia. 5 minutes for Finland and Serbia.
Well, who knows what's happening at the Auto Gyro event so far. All 6 competitors, the first 6 competitors have landed short. It's a very, very light wind day. It's pretty warm, but so far nobody has managed to land in the 5-meter box, with 1 or 2 just short, just the other side of the line. We're still waiting for the first person to make a successful landing. Will that be competitor number 7, Arend van Aranden of the Netherlands, flying overhead the concrete runway? He'll be fixing his eyes on the landing box. He'll have practiced this 1,000 times. He's working out how far he needs to be from the box. He's looking at his altimeter to see how high he is. From where I'm standing, he looks low. It looks as if it's going to be another short landing, but I might be wrong. Let's hope I'm wrong. It's gliding in now, using every last inch of energy to reach the line.
And we are 15 minutes out for accuracy landing. Team number 16, Denmark, and team number 15, Croatia. 15 minutes for Denmark and Croatia.
Just checking with the official scorers, Dan and Michelle. We're still waiting to see if we have the first pilot able to have landed in the 5-meter box. It's not easy. These are the world's greatest pilots.
Accuracy landing teams, 18 Finland and 17 Serbia. You are on a 5-minute call. Finland and Serbia, 5-minute call for you.
This is competitor number 8 in the air. This is Dmitry Shadrin of Russia, having successfully navigated the pylon section in 86.8 seconds, a pretty good score.
Good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. Rob, if you're around, tell us more about the gyrocopters, if the competition is over, or is it still going on, and if we have any more pilots coming in. أعزائي الجمهور نرحب بكم في بطولة العالم للرياضات الجوية. أما الآن نشاهد استعراضات من خلال جايروكوبترز، طائرات عمودية بمروحتين، ومن طبعا أفضل التقنيات لهذه الطائرات العمودية. ونشاهد مسابقة هذه الطائرات. زميلي روب معكم ونتابع النتائج لهذه المسابقة.
Back at the Auto Gyro event, we have some good news. The first pilot to make a good landing was Arend van Randen of the Netherlands, scoring a 0 for his landing, which is good, because you can only pick up penalties for a bad landing. So finally, we're getting to the stage where the competitors are understanding the conditions and they're able to get on the right side of the line, as opposed to just a few centimeters short. We have in the air at the moment from Qatar, Abdulaziz Al Thani, successfully through the pylon section and climbing for his landing phase. This is looking good for Abdulaziz Al Thani of Qatar. Chose to take off in 100 meters, and he's flown around in an incredible 81.1 seconds. That may be the course record, with no penalties, so we're waiting for his landing. He's in the air at the moment. He's about to fly down the deck before he switches his engine off and glides back down for a precision landing. He's flying over me now. I can see the propeller has stopped. Of course, remember, the rotary wing on the top is not powered in these machines, so it's turning just because of the airspeed through the blades. So he's having to work out, has he got the energy, has he got the height, has he got the speed, will he be able to reach the box? He can't switch the engine on, of course. He's down successfully, bit of a bounce, but he looks okay. The results in for Abdulaziz Al Thani. He scored 5 penalty seconds for his landing, which means he landed in the second 5-meter box. But with his amazing time of 81.1 seconds around the pylon section, he's our current leader. We're flying in reverse order today, so Abdulaziz currently is 16th in the rankings, but with a performance like that, he's absolutely bound to be competing for the medals by the end of the day. Next up from Norway, Arild Vegrim, lying 6th overall with 2 solid performances, 3rd in the first race and 11th in the second. He's off successfully. In the air, building up the speed before he turns slightly right for the first pylon, Pylon Alpha. There are 8 pylons out there. They're about 300-400 meters apart. And believe me, that's tight. These little microlight autogyros are very capable little aeroplanes, able to fling themselves around the sky, pulling high G as they're going around the turns. This is looking good. Past pylon Bravo onto pylon Charlie. It's 3 180-degree turns at the start of the course.
This is now a 5-minute call. Accuracy landing, team number 16, Denmark, and 15, Croatia. 5 minutes for Denmark and Croatia.
Ariel Vegrim from Norway just finishing the pylon section. It's been confirmed that the Qatari Abdulaziz Al Thani is our current leader. Ariel chose to off in a distance of 86 meters, a lot shorter than Abdulaziz, our leader. And we seem to have a little bit of confusion on the part of Ariel Vegrim, who's doing a short circle. Perhaps he thinks he was going to miss the timing gate. He has successfully gone through the gate in a time of 1:45.92, as opposed to our current leader's time of 1 minute 21. So Ariel's not going to be challenging for the lead today. So this event is brought to you by the FAI International Microlight Commission. Its acronym is CIMA, which is French for the International Microlight Commission. Commission Internationale de Microaviation, for those of you who speak French. We organise the World Championships in 3 events. This, the Microlight Autogyro. We also have Microlight Trike, which flew yesterday and will be back again tomorrow. And we have paramotors, which we're flying around a different slalom course this morning, starting at 7 o'clock. This is a great way of getting into flying. These are fairly inexpensive aeroplanes. You can spend as little as $10,000 US, and you can buy yourself a very capable little aeroplane. Of course, you need a full pilot's license to fly. But microlight training is not expensive. If you're ever considering learning to fly, if you look at these pilots...
And this is now a 15-minute call for accuracy landing. Team number 13, USA, and team number 14, Hungary. 15 minutes for USA and Hungary.
If you're thinking of learning to fly, then look no further than microlights, because you'll find the training costs are lower, the maintenance costs are lower. And as you can see, you only need a short strip in order to take off. These pilots are taking off in 80 or 90 meters today and landing in much less than that. Ariel Vegrim of Norway coming into land. Again, engine off. Needs to judge the speed. He's making a last dive so that he gets some speed up for the landing round out. He'll pull the stick back towards him, slow the aeroplane down, and yes, he's safely down on the ground. And next in the air is competitor number 11 out of 20. From France, it's Stéphane Kubler, currently lying 9th. He's around the pylon course successfully. He's heading for the finish gate, which is on the runway, and he's coming up to the finish gate now, recording a time of 1 minute 25.84 seconds. This is a quick time. But I'm afraid the bad news is when he lands, he'll find out that he broke the tape on takeoff. So he's scoring the maximum 150 points for takeoff. So hard luck to you, Stefan. You've had a very good flight around the pylons, but you've chosen just a little bit too short a takeoff to get over the tape to have a successful takeoff. We have Stefan Kubler of France in the air. What a beautiful sight, this lovely little aeroplane, shiny yellow aeroplane flying overhead with the fantastic Dubai skyline in the distance. The pilots are delighted to be here. They thank the local Dubai organizers for the opportunity to come and fly, to come and show off their sport to you. As the auto gyro slows its forward speed, it's almost hovering. Remember, the blades are not powered. He needs forward movement in order to keep flying. So it's a balancing act of the energy in the aeroplane going forwards. He can slow down for a short while, but then he needs to build the speed up again. He thinks he's going to land long, so he's side slipping. Straightens the aeroplane out, and he's down. Time to talk to the official scorers, Dan and Michelle, to see what the landing score is for Stefan Kubler. It's confirmed. It's a good landing for Stefan. A 0 penalty for the landing, a perfect landing in the 5-meter box. But unfortunately, the mistake on takeoff will cost him. And this may be one of the performances that he can drop at the end of the week. Remember, they can drop their worst scores, and only their best scores go through to the end of the week. And the person with the lowest score overall will be going home with an FAI World Air Games 2015 gold medal. Lining up to go next, I can see, is competitor number 2 from France. It's Patrice Bourgeot, currently 13th in the ranking. Patrice is flying a Magni autogyro, and he's chosen to take off from a distance of 82 meters.
And this is a message for all accuracy landing competitors. Please do not go directly to helipads. You have to report at the manifest first. Do not go directly to helipads, please.
Patrice Bourgeot next up. He's been given the okay by the starting marshal, Mr. Jeremy Hucker from Wales in the United Kingdom. You can see that the blades are already turning. This is the pre-rotation before the microlight starts to move. So the blades are able to be turned a small part by the engine, but they certainly aren't powered, and the aeroplane's not flying as a result of the engine turning the blades. The aeroplane's flying because it's going forwards in the air, and it's making the blades turn by the air going through the blades. But he's off. Patrice Bourgeot, currently 13th. Takeoff section finished, into the pylon section. Patrice Bergiot of France in the pylon section, just going through the second last. That's pylon golf before heading for pylon hotel. And then on to the finish gate for the timed section of this event. He's flat out. He's going 180 kilometers per hour, just 1 or 2 meters above the ground. A successful time of 1 minute 27.72.
And this is now a 5-minute call for accuracy landing, team number 13 USA and team number Hungary 14. 5 minutes for teams from USA and Hungary. And it is also a 15-minute call for team number 12 Slovakia and team number 11 Switzerland. 15 minutes for Slovakia and Switzerland.
This is a great run so far for Patrice Bergiot, a takeoff distance of 82 meters converted into 82 seconds, and then a pylon section of 87 seconds. This could be the leading flight so far today. This is race number 3 in the Microlight Auto Gyro event. We've had 2 races so far in the desert, and we are here today for the first time. So this landing is critical. He's had a good takeoff. He's had a good pylon section. His engine is switched off, and he's now performing a circuit to come into land. And this is the crucial landing. If he scores a perfect landing, that'll be 0 extra penalty seconds. And we're looking probably at the new leader of the event, just flying overhead me now.
And accuracy landing team from Hungary, please report to the manifest. Is your less than 5-minute call.
The scores are in for Patrice's landing. As he was coming in, he clearly thought he was a little bit too high or a little bit too close to the box because he was doing a side slip. He was cross-controlling the aeroplane with the stick going one way and the rudder going the other, which makes the aeroplane go side on to the direction of travel. And it's very inefficient, and it means that the aeroplane has a greater dropping rate. It'll come to the ground more quickly. And that's shown because he scored 15 for his landing, so he landed in the 4th box after the perfect one. The first after the perfect is 5 seconds, the second one is 10 seconds, so he landed in the 3rd one with a penalty of 15 seconds. But nevertheless, that's a pretty good score. The next competitor in the course is Joseph Todt from Hungary. But the good news for Patrice is with his landing of 15 penalty seconds, he's taken the lead. So Patrice Bergiot of France is our current leader. But remember, we're going in reverse order. Patrice was 13th overall before he started today. And Josef Todt of Hungary, who's in the air at the moment, was 11th overall. But as it stands, Patrice is in the lead. And France will be taking the award for best pilot today, if nothing else changes. At 29, but unfortunately, the marshals sitting out on the pylons in Marina Beach have recorded penalties. You get a penalty if you fly below the top of the pylon. That's a safety issue. So Josef will have scored penalties for 2 pylons in the pylon section.
This is now a 15-minute call for Team Austria and Team UAE number 9. 15 minutes for Austria and UAE. And again, this is 15-minute call for accuracy landing teams from Austria and UAE. Accuracy landing teams, Slovakia, Austria, Switzerland, and UAE. It is your 5-minute call almost. Accuracy landing teams, Slovakia, Austria, Switzerland, and UAE. 5-minute call.
We've had a slight intermission here while we were waiting for a helicopter to take off, but we've had Roy Davis from the USA in the air. I'm afraid Roy didn't score the pylon section, so he's scoring 0 or the maximum 999 seconds for that. But he's back down, he's landed successfully, and we'll have his final score in
And this is now a 15-minute call, 15 minutes accuracy landing. Team number 8, France, and team number 7, Germany. 15 minutes for France and Germany.
And also in the air we have from Spain, Marcos Julia Quintana. Marcos is lying 3rd overall.
We are 15 minutes out for accuracy landing. Team number 6, Czech Republic, and team number 5, Italy. 15 minutes for Czech Republic and Italy.
Back here at the Autogyro event, we have the Russian Luchetka Konstantin, competitor number 16. He's lying 7th overall. Successful takeoff from 85 meters, and he's now in the pylon section, going well. He's posted some good scores up until now. He came 11th in race number 1, but he came 4th on Friday in race number 2. Everything to fly for, a good performance today. We'll see him probably in the fight for the medals.
Accuracy landing team from the UAE, this is your now call, UAE team.
نرحب بكم مجددا، مستمرين مع المسابقات في الاستعراضات الجوية في طبعا هذه البطولة، بطولة بطولة العالم للاستعراضات الجوية. ومن خلال هذه المسابقات نشاهد كنترول لاين كومبات أمام المنصة، وأيضا مسابقة جايروكوبترز مايكرولايتس اللي مشاركين من أنحاء العالم، من إسبانيا، من ليتوانيا، من الولايات المتحدة، بيلاروسيا، أوكرانيا، مولدوفيا، فنلندا والدنمارك.
It's non-stop here on the runway. We've got the next competitor, the 4th to last to go, is competitor number 18, Tim Morel from Qatar. Currently lying 5th overall. You can see him going into the pylon section now with the red smoke behind him. We've got helicopters taking off. We've got parachutists taking off. We've got the official scoring tent being blown away by the helicopters. But nevertheless, Tim is in the pylon section, flying really well. Look at that bank over, probably pulling 3G at that point. Going
And
pylon
accuracy
Charlie into
landing
pylon
team,
Delta. Will Tim be able
UAE,
to
this is
improve
your
on
last call.
yesterday's score
UAE
where he
team, you
came
are
third?
late.
Let's wait and see. Woohoo! We've survived another helicopter takeoff here at the official scoring tent.
And this is now a 5-minute call, 5 minutes, accuracy landing teams, 8 France and 7 Germany. 5 minutes for France and Germany.
Back at the autogyros, Tim Morel of Qatar had a fantastic takeoff with 85 meters and a new course record around the pylon section of 80.9 seconds. So this is it. This is the critical landing coming in now. I can see him flying over me in the orange MT autogyro of his. He's side-slipping. He thinks he's going too quickly. He needs to lose some speed, but he's coming down now, and we have to wait to see what the marshals make of his landing. But if he scores a perfect landing with 0, he will be our new leader. Currently lying 5th before he took off this morning. Let's see if he will be top of the leaderboard by the end of the day. Just 3 more pilots to go in the autogyro event taking place on the main runway. We have Attila Filipovic from Hungary in the air. A good takeoff, but I'm afraid he missed the timing gate at the end of the pylon section, so he scores a maximum 999 seconds for that section. So the time won't be competitive today. He'll be able to use this as a practice for his precision landing. He's flying overhead now. He soon switch the engine off. And he'll be gliding down using the energy stored in the machine. He'll be converting his height into speed, and he'll be flying
And
down
this is now
for
a
precision
15-minute call, 15 minutes accuracy landing. Team number 4, Belarus, and team number 3, Slovenia. 15 minutes for Belarus and Slovenia.
So the engine is switched off, and Attila Filipovic of Hungary is coming into land. Meanwhile, we have just taken off now. Lying 8th overall from Great Britain is Steve Boxall. Through the landing phase and into the pylon phase, as we have Attila Filipovic flying straight over me. He's looking very good indeed. He has the speed, he has the distance, he has the height. Currently lying 2nd. Is he going to go one better and take the top spot today? And the official results in, he scored 10 penalty seconds for the landing.
And this is now a 5-minute call, 5 minutes accuracy landing. Team 6, Czech Republic, and Team 5, Italy. 5 minutes for Czech Republic and Italy. And it is also a 15-minute call for accuracy landing. Team number 2, China, and team number 1, Russia. 15 minutes for China and Russia.
This is Steve Boxall from GBI in the pylon section. These machines make a wonderful noise. Remember, they're not helicopters. The rotary wing on the top is not powered. They have a regular engine and a propeller at the back of the machine, which pushes them forwards in the air. And that makes the rotary wing turn round, which gives them the lift. But they look like helicopters, they sound like helicopters, except they're much better and, of course, much cheaper. Steve through the timed section, and he's climbing up to 300 meters before he'll switch the engine off for the landing. Steve Boxhall of GBR up in the air, 300 meters above me, deliberately switched the engine off. We always say in aviation, when the fan at the front, or in this case the fan at the back, stops, that's when the pilot starts sweating. In this case, he's deliberately made the propeller at the back switch off, and he's converting his height into movement. Almost stopped his forward directional motion. He's just overhead me. He's only going forwards very slowly before he starts his dive. No, he's just held his dive up slightly because he thinks he's a little bit too fast, but now he's in the dive, floating on the flare for landing. This is looking good, Steve. Come on, Steve. Let's get a good landing. He's down. Let's talk to the official scorers to see exactly what score he gets. Not such good news for Steve. Again, a little bit short. We've had a number of pilots landing short today. Steve scores a penalty 30 seconds for the landing, so he won't be figuring in the top 3 today. And last of all, the last competitor we have is Remco van Ravensvaart of Netherlands. He's lying number 1 overall at the moment. So he has everything to lose today, but everything to gain too. He's had a mixed history in the races so far. He finished last, 20th in race number 1 because he completely messed it up. But as you know, of course, they can drop their worst scores, these pilots, and he finished first in the next race. So he's dropped his terrible round and he's kept his perfect round to be lying first overall before this race 3 in a 5-race series for the Microlight Auto Gyro event here at the FAI World Air Games in Dubai. So we have the last competitor in the air. This is Remco van Ravensvaart of the Netherlands. Currently lying first. He chose to take off in a very short distance of 75 meters, so that converts to 75 seconds. which he carries through to the pylon section. He's looking extremely smooth. The object of the pylon section is to maintain the speed, so you have to fly as smoothly as possible. You can't speed up and slow down, but you have to carry the speed through the corners. And speed around corners equals G, and these little aeroplanes are pulling about 3G as they go around the corners. They're capable of withstanding probably 6G. They're certainly, the design specification is plus 6G. They might be small, but they're quite powerful and very capable. Here he is, round pylon golf, and finishing with the 8th pylon in the course, pylon hotel. Full speed, 180 kilometers an hour. Throttle fully open. He needs to drop down to approximately 2 meters in height above the runway to trigger the finish gate, and he has a time of 1 minute 24.27, a very fast and very competitive time. You add those 84.27 seconds to his takeoff distance of 75, and then he can only acquire penalties from the landing. This is looking good. He will be fighting to hold on to his first position at the end of the day. Remember, you can look at all of the scores from the Microlight Auto Gyro event. They are live on the internet. About 15 seconds after the pilot has landed and we've confirmed any penalties, you can go to the World Air Games official website, click on live scoring, and then click on Microlights, and you'll see all of these scores live. You'll see at the moment that in first place is Patrice Borgio of France. And in second place from Qatar is Tim Morel. But all eyes are on Remco of the Netherlands, who's currently in the air and in the landing part of the competition. He has everything to lose here, because if he performs a perfect landing, he will go first, he will go top. It's a slightly different technique to the others. He's downwind and he's almost stopped the aeroplane from moving forwards. So now he needs to dive to get some airspeed through the wing, and it's a very tight turn. Looking good from here. His eyes on the box. He needs to flare and then drop in exactly the right place. He's down. We move over to the scorer for the all-important landing score. If he scored 0, he will be the leader. So, ladies and gentlemen, we wrap up the Microlight Auto Gyro event, and the final scores, of course they're provisional at the moment, are that in first place from Qatar is Tim Morel. In second place from Netherlands is Remco van Ravenschaay. And in third place from France is Patrice Borgio. Don't forget, you can get all of these scores live on the internet, and we'll be back tomorrow for more Auto Gyro action. Meanwhile, we'll hand you back to race control for the next event.
Many thanks to Rob. Thank you very much, Rob, for giving us all that information. And of course, congratulations to Tim Morale from Qatar for, of course, this competition, winning the competition of microlight autogyro competition. And we're carrying on with another competition at the moment, which is the control line combat. And the control line combat looks absolutely fantastic, and I will let you know about the results very soon. We had, of course, the competition started off with Matteo Rao, with Rastini Odrio, Matteo from Spain, and Rastini from Lithuania, and Nadine and Snitko, Nadine from the USA and Snitko from Belarusia, and Korny and Demenchev, Korny from Ukraine, and Demenchev Igor from Moldova, and Force UC from Finland, and Bertelsen Andre from Denmark, participating, of course, in this competition. Gendrini Antonio from Italy, and Delgado Arnolfo from Mexico, Larsen Johan from Sweden, and Prokofjev Alexandrs from Latvia, Varfomev Dimitri from Estonia, and Koninghofer Rudolf from Australia, and Mackenzie Patrick, that's Patrick Mackenzie from Canada, and James Palmer from New Zealand. That was, of course, the one who competed in round one. In round two, of course, in this competition, which is a very fast competition indeed. Each heat can be up to 4 minutes, and if no streamer left, it will stop earlier. So it's a competition of cutting the streamers. That's a real combat competition. Control line combat, part of the World Air Games 2015.
And this is now a 5-minute call for accuracy landing, team number 4 Belarus and team number 3 Slovenia. 5 minutes for Belarus and Slovenia.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to World Air Games 2015 in Dubai. Of course, there are many competitions happening today. One of them is on the way still. The round 2 is coming up at 1 o'clock for, of course, the control line combat. That's one of the competitions with the models, and we've got another competition. Make sure you're down here to watch these competitions. We had the microlights gyros, and we'll be soon having the competition at about 1 o'clock. At the same time, we'll have the rotorcraft parallel slalom competition, which will be at 1 p.m. And at 3 p.m., 1500, we'll have the aerobatic synchro until 17:30, which is 5:30. So if you're a big fan of control line combat, make sure you do come back at 1 o'clock to watch them. And also another competition with the aero modeling. It's a part of the aero modeling competition, the pylon race, or it's eliminating races. There'll be 10 different teams or rounds, and in each round there are 4 competitors participating in the pylon race. So there'll be lane 1, lane 2, lane 3, and lane 4. أعزائي الحضور، نرحب بكم في بطولة العالم للرياضات الجوية. شاهدنا مسابقات مايكرولايتس جايروز، طائرات عمودية، جايروكوبترز، من ضمن مسابقة الاستعراضات الجوية في هذه المنافسة اليوم. شاهدنا المتسابقين من أنحاء العالم. طبعا تيم مارسيل وهو كان الفائز في فئة جايروكوبترز، مايكرولايت جايروكوبترز. تيم مارسيل يمثل دولة قطر في هذه المنافسة. في وقت لاحق بعد قليل بإذن الله سنشاهد مسابقة هايلون ريس أو مسابقة سباق الأقمع من خلال طائرات ذو تحكم عن بعد radio control.
And this is now a 15-minute call for accuracy landing female teams. Team number 5 from Poland and team number 4 for France. 15 minutes for female teams, Poland and France.
As we see the autogyros or gyrocopters, as we call them. In some places they call them Reta plane. Some places they call them gyroplane. We call them gyrocopters here because they look like helicopters. And of course, it's a type of rotorcraft which uses an unpowered rotor in auto rotation to develop lift, just to lift the device.
And this is now a 5-minute call. 5 minutes accuracy landing. Male teams 2 China and 1 Russia. 5 minutes for China and Russia.
We've got a lot of gyrocopter competitors and participants in this competition and overall in World Air Games. Of course, we're proud to have Mohammed from the UAE, one of the gyrocopters who started flying 5 years ago. Happens to be his hobby. So Mohammed al-Khamiti from the UAE, one of the participants in his gyrocopters, and Abdulaziz Al-Thani, who we saw earlier in the morning from Qatar, who was flying solo. He's been flying since 2012 and participated for the first time in the competition. Thanks to Rob for giving us all the details about the results. And Nicolas Bosch from France. Of course, we saw him yesterday in the
Accuracy landing male teams, 2 China and 1 Russia. This is your now call. Russia and China.
And continuing with, of course, the participants for autogyro as we saw them today. Patrice Bourgeois from France. Third place in the World Microlight Championship in 2014. And he's very excited. It's the first time for him to be in the UAE, to participate in World Air Games in the UAE of 2015.
And this is now a 15-minute call for accuracy landing female teams, 3 Belarus and 2 China. 15 minutes female teams from Belarus and China.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're just about to begin the pylon race, one of the races amongst the World Air Games, a participation of aero modeling competition, of course. It's the mini version of Red Bull Air Race. The four of them in Heat 1, Yuri Novotny, Benjamin Jones, Mario Muller, and Paolo Mosiodola. So 4 competitors in Heat 1 for pylon race, World Air Games 2015. The aero modeling is, of course, in the culture of the youth who do a lot of this in Lusaili. Ahmed Al-Gimzi, of course, is with me at the moment, who plays a big role in aero modeling. So that's Heat 1. Let's see. The results are with the judge. So basically it's one go, or one speed, until the power is off, until they, of course, finish the fuel and land. So that's how the competition works. It's basically all about fuel. So let's see who becomes this heat winner. من ضمن المسابقات في بطولة العالم للرياضات الجوية لعام 2015. هذه هي بطولة طبعا بشكل طائرات ذو تحكم من بعد. بداية السباق طبعا من بداية سرعة الطائرات صغيرة 300 كيلومتر في الساعة وسرعة واحدة من خط البداية ذو التحكم عن بعد إلى الخط النهاية. معناته الخط النهاية تكون بعد ما تنطفي الطائرة بعد مرور من خلال هذه الأقمع. طبعا 4 طائرات في سباق واحد. في سباق واحد نشاهد 4 طائرات يسابقون وفي هذه المنافسة. والآن نبدأ الشوط الثاني للدور الأول من هذه المسابقة، مسابقة بايلون ريس أو سباق الأقمع. الأقمع طبعا 3 أقمع طائرات كلها تدور من خلال المسار هذا. So ladies and gentlemen, we're ready for round heat 2 of round 1. The competitors are Travis Flynn, Giles Desgreles, and of course Mikhail Eklof and Robert van den Bosch. So 4 competitors, the 4 lanes in heat 2 of round 1 for pylon race.
And this is now a 5-minute call for accuracy landing. Female teams 5 Poland and 4 France. 5 minutes for Poland and France female teams.
And of course, that's heat 2 of round 1 for the pylon race. And of course, a lot of people love this hobby. It's a hobby, and it's one of the games in World Air Games, of course. Pylon race, and we've got one of the planes already landed. There were 3 in this heat which started the race, so we'll get the results very soon. One of the 3 crashed in the beginning, and the last one survived at the end. Of course, we'll get the results very soon to tell you more about the winner of this heat. Obviously, the last one, which is in the air at the moment, just about to land. That's your
This is now a 15-minute call. Accuracy landing, female team number 1, Russia. And juniors team, mixed team. Competitor 131 from China, 132 from France, 134 from UAE, 135 from Austria, and 136 from Qatar. 15 minutes. And this is now a 5-minute call for accuracy landing, female teams 3 Belarus and 2 China. 5 minutes for female teams Belarus and China.
This is an information for all accuracy competitors. Information for all accuracy competitors. We will continue jumping today till 4:30 p.m. Again, we will continue jumping till 4:30 today. Thank you.
Okay, now heat 2 of round 1 is over, and we'll get the results to see who is the winner. Obviously, the winner would be the one who lands the last. With the fastest time, of course, and the judges are there to give us the accurate timing for each and every pilot who is in this competition. They're running close to 300 kilometers per hour. Each 10 rounds is almost 1 kilometer. And of course, if they get into the pylon or within, not outside the pylon or outbound of the pylon, they would be getting a 0 point unless they go around and do a loop and go back and get back to the track which they have to follow. And of course gets a 0 for that round until he continues going back to the track, the normal track that he has to follow around the pylon. And there are 4 lights, as you see, I've been told. Of course, I was having a chat with Antonios, the president of SIAM. It's an honor to have him with us and giving us more information about this specific competition, which you are watching at the moment with the aero models, the remote control RC planes. He was telling me that there are 4 lights, which I did not realize. Maybe I'm colorblind, but there are 4 lights. Oh, I can see them blinking now. I think they're getting ready. So those 4 lights means that therefore those 4 pilots, for them to, of course, it's a signal for them to have a clear field and start flying.
This is now a 15-minute call for accuracy landing, female junior team, 181, 183, 184, and the first Golf Cup team, team number 04, UAE. 15 minutes for female junior team, 181, 183, 184, and Golf Cup junior team from the UAE.
Just sitting with the president of SIAM and giving us more information about the pilots that we have at this competition. This is the pylon race of the aero modeling section. The aero modeling section is just an interesting, of course we saw the first one at Dubai Mall and synchronizing to the music was just amazing. So let's have a look at this competition. It's the mini version of Red Bull Air Race, but it's of course, the terms and conditions are completely different of this game. This is Heat 4 of Round 1. In this Heat 4, we've got from Japan, Kozo Oi, Australian Bruce de Chastel, from the US, Daniel Kane, and from Sweden, Emil Broberg. Yes. Competing together. Let's see. So far, they're doing really well. Let's see who's the fastest. Going very close to, of course, the outbound of the pylons. So who is the fastest? We will find out from the judges. Kozo Oi from Japan participating with us at World Air Games in the pylon race of aero models section. Bruce de Chastel from Australia, Daniel Kane from the USA, and Emil Broberg from Sweden. Emil Broberg. That's how you pronounce the Swedish names. Bit of an, of course. All right, let's have a look at this now. Joe McGrath has just arrived, and we've got to, of course, give you more information about these aero models. Joe. This is the mini version. I was just telling everyone, this is the mini version of Red Bull Air Race, which you've done before, of course, the bigger version of those. But it's 6 years of course, so giving us his bio at the moment. His profile is very rich in commentating for Red Bull Air Race. And of course the different air games and aerobatic competitions. Okay, going back to the pylon race.
And this is now a 5-minute call for accuracy landing. Female team number 1 from Russia and junior mixed team. Competitors 131, 132, 134, 135, and 136. 5 minutes. And this is now a 15-minute call. Accuracy landing Gulf Cup, team number 3 Bahrain and team number 2 Saudi Arabia. 15 minutes, Gulf Cup teams Bahrain and Saudi Arabia.
For a minute there that they were doing sorting out what we call compass calibration on the drones, but it's not. They're holding it up, I've just been told, so that the judges can recognize this is me, this is my plane, watch me go. We should introduce that in the Red Bull Air Race, see if the pilots can lift them. At least pull them out of the hangar, do something instead of just fly them. So it's common with most air racing, be it Reno or Red Bull or this, you have to space out the judges because you have to get that depth perception so that you can see which angle the aircraft is coming in. In the Red Bull Air Race, we obviously know when they've hit a pylon because it pops up. But again, the FAI judges are out and are spread across the whole of the arena so they can see all the angles and get a good overall view, so you're not just getting one angle of the aircraft, you're making sure they're staying within the actual pylons. And they're off to the races, literally. Now, interesting to see one of them has taken the high route. And it may pay off for him because obviously he's got to worry less about his competitors around him. But it looks like the other three now have sort of joined up to that level. We've lost a couple of competitors. They're out and up. See, they like to go nice and high so they can control the landing. Watch out for a parachutist coming down. Don't go that high.
And this is now a 5-minute call for accuracy landing junior female team. Competitors 181, 183, 184. And UAE juniors team number 4, golf club. 5 minutes. It is also a 15-minute call for accuracy landing golf club team Qatar 2, team number 4, and first competition team, team number 20 from Qatar. 15 minutes for Qatar 2 golf club team and first competition team, team number 20 from Qatar. And this is now a 5-minute call, accuracy landing. Golf Club teams, 03 Bahrain and 02 Saudi Arabia. 5 minutes for Bahrain and Saudi Arabia. And is also a 15-minute call, accuracy landing competition low. Team number 19 Canada and number 18 Finland. 15 minutes for Canada and Finland.
Kilometer, actually 300 kilometers per hour in this plane. 300 is a lot. It's the same speed as the roller coaster we have in Abu Dhabi. Oh yes, the G turns as well, and of course the pilot is going through a lot of stress there. All right, there we go. That's Mario Miller landing very safely around the pylons. So these pylons are actually the actual racetrack of this pylon race. They have to go around, not in between, just like the Red Bull Air Race, Joe. They have to go around these pylons.
Yep, absolutely. And unlike the pylons we use in the Red Bull Air Race, these aren't inflated with air, so if you hit them, I would think they're pretty substantial.
Okay, just about to begin heat 8 of round 2. From Netherlands, we've got Robert van den Bosch, and from Italy, Paolo Muchadola, and from Canada, Roy Andrassi, and from Japan, Kozo Oi. We're getting ready for round 3 and heat 9. Daniel Kane from the US, Roy Andrassy from Canada, Giles Desquerels from France, and we've got Jiri Novotny from Czech Republic. Here we go.
And this is now a 5-minute call for accuracy landing. Golf Cup team Qatar 2 and competition team Qatar number 20. 5 minutes for Golf Cup Qatar 2 and regular Qatar team number 20. And it is also a 15-minute call for accuracy landing. Male team 17 Serbia and 16 Denmark. 15 minutes for Serbia and Denmark.
That was absolutely a tight race, pylon race of air models. And of course, we'll find out the results. Who is on the top in this heat of round 3? Daniel Kane, or it could be Roy Andrassy from Canada, or Giles Desquerels from France. Sorry for the pronunciation, but I'll try to pick it up very soon. Jiri Novotny from Czech Republic. Well done, boys. Very, very interesting race that was. أعزائي الحضور، مستمرين مع هذا السباق من ضمن السباقات في بطولة العالم للرياضات الجوية. طبعا شاهدنا السباق ما بين المتسابق من الولايات المتحدة ومن كندا ومن فرنسا وأيضا من الجمهورية التشيكية. في هذا السباق سباق طائرات ذو التحكم عن بعد، المرور من خلال 3 أقمع في السرعة 300 كيلومتر في الساعة، سرعة هائلة جدا من خلال هذه الطائرات السريعة، طائرات RC، و4 طائرات في نفس السباق، يعني في سباق واحد 4 طائرات في مسار طبعا دائري أو مسار ما حول الأقمع، 3 أقمع. ونتعرف على البطل أو نتعرف على الفائز في 10 أدوار. طبعا الشوط الثالث، الدور التاسع في الشوط الثالث. أما الآن نتعرف على المتسابقين في الشوط العاشر في الدور الثالث من خلال الطيارين على التحكم عبر هذه الطائرات راديو كنترول. ونتعرف على المتسابق جيمس آلن، ترافيس فلين، كوزو أوي الياباني طبعا، وبنجامين جونز من نذرلاندز. المتسابقين جاهزين؟ لما يرفعون الطائرة. طبعا رفع الطائرة لاستعدادهم للحكم يفحص أو يتفقد على الطائرة من خلال قوانين سيام، منظمة دولية طبعا للسباقات طائرات ذو تحكم عن بعد، ويستعدون استعداد للسباق القادم من خلال 4 طيارين على التحكم. إذا حد منكم حابب المهارة هاي أو الهواية طبعا هي عبارة عن أنك تتعلم طيران الطائرات، لأن التحكم تقريبا مو بعيد عن التحكم الطائرات العادية. تتحكم على سيميليتر، لو تحكمت على السيميليتر تقدر تتحكم على الطائرات البسيطة هذه خفيفة الوزن. وبدأنا السباق ونشاهد من سيكون الفائز في هذه الجولة من خلال الطائرات السريعة على التحكم. نشاهد جيمس آلن، ترافيس فلين، كوزو أوي وبنجامين جونز. We're now on heat 11, round 3 of heat 11 of round 3. We've got the first contestant, Fahad Al-Ahmedi from Qatar, Emil Broberg from Sweden, and Robert van den Bosch from Netherlands, and from Germany we've got Mario Muller. And here we go, racing on the track, going very fast, 300 kilometers per hour. Can you catch that? Very fast pilots, of course. If you're closer to the pylon, it's better for you because you can make more rounds, collect more rounds in a shorter period of time. Each 10 round is almost 1 kilometers, so 1 kilometers race across or through these pylons. Lesali is the place to go and check out these aero models. The remote control, the RC aircrafts. You'll find some bigger shapes as well. And Ahmed Al-Gumzi is, of course, going to help you with that. If he's listening to me, make sure you spot him, and he will guide you and tell you more information about the Lesali field of aero modeling in the UAE. Antonios, of course, is the president of air modeling from Siam, and we're glad to have him with us. So, any idea if you can add some more information about the air models? Is there any specific configuration the judges have to look at? Do they have to be similar, or they can modify their planes?
For this event, no, each pilot can have a model. This model should have to look like a semi-scale. I mean, to look like a real one, racing plane. And each competitor is choosing what kind of engine he is going to use. All of the competitors are using the same kind of fuel, and they choose also what kind of propeller they have to use, and they are trying to do the best in order to do the fastest time as possible.
So does that mean that gives me a lot of information about these aero models, that if you change the modification to the propeller, there will be, of course, they'll be faster. You can modify them to be faster.
You see, there are.
Or the fuel. If you
no, the fuel you cannot change it according to the rules. The fuel is common for every competitor, and there is a specific blend that we use for this competition.
Is that a secret? Is that a secret?
No. It is written. It is written. I mean,
Okay.
it is basically it is pure methanol. Then we're using synthetic oil and some kind of nitro as additive for smoother and faster running of the engines. And you asked me about the propeller. There are a lot of testing before. Each one can use its own one. But most of them are using similar because, I mean, there are not so many things that you can do
For the race.
for the rest. I mean,
I
yes,
see.
you have to do a lot of testing in order to be able to use a different one. But this is, I mean, always technology is improving, and always there is a room to to go for better props or for better engines or for better planes. Most of the planes are built from synthetic materials like epoxy resins, a lot
It's
of
built
carbon.
from epoxy, yeah?
Yes, a lot of carbon in the wing in order to withstand the G forces. You can see, I mean, how fast they're running and how the turns are very, I mean,
Very accurate, actually.
yes, exactly. So the plane need to be very, very tough in order to withstand these Gs. We are talking about more than 6 Gs, I mean, not during the turn, so it is not something easy.
Wow.
Yeah.
6 Gs is, well, it is quite difficult to control, isn't it? On the remote control that they have. But do the judges check the remote controls as well?
No, the judges are only
Checking the planes.
only looking. I mean, at the beginning of the contest to check. I mean, whether each model is within the specifications described on the rules. To see whether the engines are within the displacement that it is also described on the rule, and then they are checking whether the radio control is safely placed inside the models, because I mean you understand that we need to have a lot of control on the radio control system, because if something goes wrong, I mean we must use fail-safe devices that can land the plane, I mean away from the crowd and things like that.
All right. Nice to know a bit of information about that. Can you tell us more about the competition itself? Is it held or is it played in taking place in different countries around the world, and how often, and where do they travel?
And this is now a 5-minute call for accuracy landing. Team number 19 Canada and team number 18 Finland. 5 minutes for Canada and Finland.
I will tell you about that as soon as this hit is going to end.
Okay, thank you.
That was like a 40-minute, 15-minute call. You know that, right? I know. It wasn't very long. A lot shorter than those things were. No. It was only like when 7 took off. Okay. 16 and 17. 16's waiting. 17.
With this hit, we finished round number 3. The pilots that they flew were Bruce Chastel from Australia, Gabriel Talhan from Venezuela, Paolo Mucendola from Italy, and Mikael Ekhoff from Sweden, who actually did have some crashes yesterday, so he's not competing today. And we will move to round number 4. You asked me before the event, before this hit, what's going on with World Championships. Normally we have every year, I mean, lot of events throughout the world, but every 2 years we have the official World Championship. And in this World Championship, close to 60 competitors from all over the world are running. And the competitors you can see here are the top, the best of the best.
So, United Arab Emirates is the question within this competition. Because there is a place for the air modeling, of course, flying in the sailing. Has it been ever, has the UAE participated in any of the competitions outside? Or have you come across, or have you been to the UAE being a part of the World Championship for Air Modeling?
Since we have this opportunity here, and I can get this opportunity of our discussion to...
Sorry, this is now a 15-minute call for accuracy landing. Team number 15, Croatia, and team number 14, Hungary. 15 minutes for Croatia and Hungary.
Okay, with this opportunity, I would like to thank once more Emirates Aerosports Association and the World Air Games organizing committee for hosting this event. I'm very, very confident that in the future we will have some other events hosted here, which are going to be hosted here in Dubai and maybe in some other Gulf countries, because you have a lot of potentials. You have a very nice place, nice weather, and a lot of people who can assist to host this event.
Absolutely, looking forward to that. Sure, it would be a great opportunity for the UAE to participate everywhere around the world within this competition. So, actually grabbing each and every opportunity within all the sports, no matter if it's air modeling or the actual aerobatics, we do love to participate, absolutely. So thank you very much for that, of course, comment. So who's next? Let's see who is participating in round 4. Jiri Novotny. Jiri Novotny is, of course, from Czech Republic. And
yes.
Tell us more about Jiri Novotny. I've seen him, of course, in different heats. Jiri Novotny from Czech Republic. He must have participated all around the world, being such an expert. And give us more information about his bio. How old is he? Do you have any idea that he has been flying for different competitions? Has he won anything before?
Yes, I know that all of the pilots are well experienced that are participating, and they have participated in many events before coming here. Otherwise, they were not going to be
They
selected.
would not have been qualified, you mean?
Exactly,
okay, so they had to be qualified for the World Cup to participate in this.
Because World Air Games is always an event, the best for the best of the best. So you understand that it is very difficult to find.
We're sure most of them, they have gold medals or silver medals or bronze at least to participate in this competition, to represent their country, to be a part of the World Air Games.
Of course they do, and having let's say something like 5 or 6 big events throughout the year, each one has the opportunity to compete and gain additional experience every time. So you can see here that the performance is really good, and it's hard to recognize who is faster. Only you can see. At the end, when the results will be published, you can see that most of them are very close to 1 second to each other. So you.
Absolutely. Let's look at this heat of round 4.
And this is now a 5-minute call for accuracy landing. Male team, 17 Serbia and 16 Denmark. 5 minutes for Serbia and Denmark. And we are 15 minutes out for accuracy landing. Male team 13 USA and male team 12 Slovakia. 15 minutes for USA and Slovakia.
Stops caring what happens. All the strain is lifted from him. Suspicion and worry and fear, all the things that twist his thinking out of focus, are brushed aside, and he can see people exactly as they are at last.
أعزائي الحضور، كما نشاهد هذه المسابقة من ضمن المسابقات العالمية بايلون ريس، طبعا سباق الأقمع، ونشاهد المتسابقين. بنجامين جونز من المملكة المتحدة، من بريطانيا، ومن الولايات المتحدة دانيال كين، روبرت فان دي بوش من هولندا، وغابرييل تاهان من فنزويلا.
And we are 5 minutes out for accuracy landing, team number 15 Croatia and 14 Hungary. 5 minutes for Croatia and Hungary.
We just finished heat 14 of round, we're in the round 4. Pylon race. The pilots are very excited, of course, to fly these beautiful planes. They're all according, of course, set terms and conditions according to SIAP, the organization, that's the organizing body.
And this is now a 15-minute call for accuracy landing, team number 11 Austria and team number 10 Switzerland. 15 minutes for Austria and Switzerland.
والآن نستعد لنشاهد سباق ما بين 4 متسابقين. ماريو ميلر من ألمانيا، ترافيس فلين من الولايات المتحدة، وبروس ديتشاستيل من أستراليا، ومن كندا روي أندرسي. ونشاهد هذا السباق، سباق الأقمع أو بالون ريس، من ضمن المسابقات في سباق فئة من السباقات طبعا في بطولة العالم للرياضات الجوية لعام 2015. نخبة من الطيارين في هذا المجال من أنحاء العالم، طبعا يشاركون في بطولات عالمية، ومن أمهر الطيارين على التحكم ذو تحكم البعد طبعا على الار سي كنترول أو الراديو كنترول. من ضمن المشاركين في هذه البطولة، وسنتعرف على النتائج في وقت لاحق، والنتائج بتكون موجودة على الموقع الرسمي لبطولة العالم للرياضات الجوية wagdubai.ae. هذه هي من صفحتنا، صفحة البطولة wagdubai.ae. So you can find the results on the website. If you go on the website wagdubai.ae, you'll get the results there for this competition and all the competitions that we had. This is your pylon race, part of World Air Games Dubai 2015, and it's also called the eliminating races, part of the eliminating races. Participants participating from all over the world. These are the best pilots, of course, being qualified for the World Air Games for aero modeling. And this section of the race, which is the pylon race. Joe McGrath is getting ready for, of course, another competition that we're going to have. Joe, what's the next competition? Can you give us more, can you fill me in?
Well, what I want you to do is check it out.
Check it out, please, yeah.
What it's going to be.
Let's check out what's happening next.
Going to be our rotorcraft, the first of our rotorcraft. They're going to be coming in, doing a parallel slalom. Now, the aircraft we're going to be using are Robinsons or 22s. The ubiquitous helicopter. I think we've got some 44s as well, but I think for the competition for the slalom, I'd want a small little helicopter. And this Robinson R22 is absolutely ideal for it. This is like, how would I describe the Robinson R22? It's like the Ford of the sky, you know, pretty much ubiquitous. Most countries have it. It's very easy to operate. It's easy to maintain. It's a good instruction aircraft as well. It's not, you know, you wouldn't use it to go long distances, but it's still a very, very capable aircraft.
Why did you mention Ford?
Because it's so sort of like a Ford or
Mercedes behind us.
No, you see, Mercedes is a lot more high-end. That would be something like your Bell 416 or.
Let's start from Mercedes and go towards. Let's start from Mercedes at least and go towards Bentley and.
No, it's I wouldn't compare Bentley to a Robinson R22. It's a more of a basic helicopter, but it's got everything you need for this competition.
I understand your point. So basically.
And this is now a 5-minute call for accuracy landing. Team number 13 USA and team number 12 Slovakia. 5 minutes.
So we carry on with the competition. Joe, we've got this race we've got 10 rounds of this race. This is, of course, the World Championship for the pylon race. And أعزائي الحضور احنا متواصلين وياكم و نوصلكم المعلومات اللي عندنا نحن بخصوص هذا السباق، سباق الأقمع أو pylon race، من خلال هذه الطائرات ذو التحكم عن بعد، وطائرات جميلة جدا، وطبعا تحت لوائح سيام. هذه هي المنظمة العالمية لهذه السباقات، سباقات pylon race. Who's coming up next? Emil Broberg من السويد، وجايلز داسجريلز من فرنسا، وباولو موتشادولا من إيطاليا، وجيمس آلن من الولايات المتحدة. وصلنا إلى نهاية الدور الرابع من هذا السباق. So, Antonios, can you tell us who's coming up next in round 5?
No, actually, we're done for today. I'm not sure because I'm not close to the tent of the event director if there is going to be any kind of reflight, but we finished for today, and if there is no reflight, we will be again here tomorrow for the next rounds, for the eliminating process until we go to the final. Yes.
Antonios, the president of the race, of course. Thank you very much from Air Modeling. There's going to be a repeat or refly for one of the rounds, actually one of the heats. They're going to do a refly in order to accurately judge the scores, because the judges, they were not sure. Maybe there was a bit of a miscalculation. I shouldn't be saying that to the judges, but there is a reason behind it, I'm sure. So, a refly for the previous heat. So that means we will have the competitors. So Antonius will have to find out as well to see which heat they're going to repeat. As Antonius mentioned, we're done for the day for a pylon race after the refly, and we've got 6 more rounds to go, which will be continued tomorrow about the same time from 11 to 1. So make sure you're a part of this, and if you like to see the race, the fastest race of air modeling, make sure you're here to watch this race and to find out who becomes the world champion or who wins tomorrow's rounds. So all these countries participating in this great race, which is the pylon race, and after this refly we will definitely move on to our next competition. It's going to be about the actual flying objects, which Joe will give you more information about that.
We'll definitely be aiming to give you some sort of information. We're waiting for Rob to join us as well. He's going to be giving me the information on the pilots, but the helicopters I'm pretty okay with. I think I'll be able to tell you what the helicopters are and how they work.
Well, I'm sure, because last time we saw the bells in the previous air shows, you were on it completely, and the bells, you're a big fan of bells, I'm sure. I don't know how much of information I have, but you've got a lot of information.
Yeah, I like
about
Bell
bells.
helicopters. They're good. I did 2 years with Aerospatiale AS355S, Twin Squirrel, to you and me, where we used to fly. I had the worst job in the world. We used to go low level over London for 2 years, in the morning and the evening. So I was doing like 4 hours a day nearly, doing the flying eye, the traffic reports from the helicopter.
Wow.
So yeah, we had a lot of fun with that helicopter, and obviously we could fly like most major cities, and Dubai is the same. They have what are called heli routes. They're like invisible lines in the sky that you can travel over, and yeah, it's good fun. If you have the money and the space, the helicopter is the ultimate time saver.
And this is now a 15-minute call for accuracy landing, team number 9 UAE and team number 8 France. 15 minutes for UAE and France. And we are 5 minutes out for accuracy landing, team number 11 Austria and team number 10 Switzerland. 5 minutes for Austria and Switzerland.
Thank you very much, Antonius, to be with us to give us more information about the pylon race. And pylon race is over until tomorrow. We'll continue with the rest of the rounds. And now we begin the next competition. And it's about the gyrocopters, the microlights, and the gyrocopters, which will be, of course, doing a competition. Rob will join us very soon, and Rob will be joined with another commentator as well to give us in-depth information about the gyrocopters as well.
Wow, it's like a gaggle of commentators coming here. So we should be starting the helicopter section very soon. In the meantime, we have to prepare the main arena as the modelers depart the scene. We're going to prepare the arena over the next couple of minutes, so there'll be time for you to nip out and have a little bit of lunch while we get the pylons ready for the rotorcraft parallel slalom. Well, as we prepare the main arena for the helicopters, got an announcement for Regan. Regan, our commentator from the parachutists, and he's been a very, very busy boy. Regan, if you're on site, please come to the commentary position. We need your skills. So, announcement for Regan, if you're on site, please come to the commentary position. In the meantime, I'm happy to say I've been joined by Rob. Rob's going to make it look like I know what I'm talking about, because he's actually got all the information of the pilots and this event that's coming up, the slalom helicopters. Now, I think what the FAI should do, Rob, is introduce flower bombing from helicopters. We used to do that to practice now and again. We used to use a Super Cub, and we had a twin squirrel. And we used to practice who could get the best flower bomb in the middle of the airfield.
That's when the CAA is not watching you, because it's illegal in most countries.
Yeah, well, it was on private field, so, and this was back in the 70s, no 80s, but I'm not giving you an exact date or a Latin long.
Flower bombing, well, we do fire bombing when people aren't watching, because it's a thing to watch, but not in helicopters. I think if you had a...
No, you had to have a minimum speed, that was it, minimum 40 knots.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so you could use the Cub or you could use the twin squirrel, it was up to you. And some people actually preferred the Cub, because you had a sort of better approach to it. And with the helicopter, the downwash would disturb it as it left. So, horses for courses. So can you tell us a little bit about what we're about to see now?
Yes, of course. It's the helicopter event. There's two events here at the World Air Games here in Dubai. Today we've got the parallel slalom races. We have two helicopters going head-to-head against each other. Actually, it's the time that they fly that counts. And they have to navigate a course with a bucket of water underneath the helicopter, carrying that bucket of water with different lengths of rope during the course, the rope getting ever longer as they go through, because of course it's going to be much harder to keep the water in the bucket if the rope is longer. We can give the exact details when we're going, but we're building the course for the next 10 minutes.
So it's, and how much water? Is it a standard amount?
They have special buckets.
Yeah, 5 litres, 10
Thereabouts.
litres, about thereabout. And do they measure the water then at the end, and the winner with the most has the most water?
Right, what happens is, the first thing you do is the helicopter takes off and then dunks the bucket in a tub of water.
Oh, right, okay. So you're representing like a fire drop.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Okay. Got it. Wow, that's tough.
Now you have to measure the amount of water at the end as well. And if you
And can you counterweight the bucket? Can you put a counterweight in the bucket? Because obviously if it's a light bucket, it's just going to drift everywhere.
Nope, standard buckets.
Oh, no, that's tough. That's really tough. Okay, so it'll be 2 crew, I take it, yeah?
Yep.
Okay. So you'll have a pilot, and then you have a winchman, and he'll be giving directions to the pilot, tell him left, right, up, down, pitch, yaw, all the rest of it.
That's the tricky bit. Everybody thinks the pilot's got the hard job, but actually the pilot can't see the bucket.
Exactly.
So it's the guy in the left-hand seat leaning out of the helicopter, going forwards, backwards, left, right, up, down, who's probably got the more difficult job out of the two.
Exactly. Now, you just mentioned something there. I was trying to tell Hamdan my version of the story here. Unlike a fixed-wing aircraft where the pilot will sit in the left-hand seat, in a helicopter, all rotary helicopters, the pilot actually sits in the right-hand seat. Now, my understanding was, in the original days when Mr. Ivo Sikorsky was developing helicopters, and they had the tail rotor at the back, the tail rotor was a crucial part, and especially in the development, they struggled a little bit with it. And he realized sitting in the left-hand seat, he couldn't see it because the tail rotor was on the right-hand seat. So just by sheer necessity, he said, okay, the pilot must sit in the right-hand seat, so if he wants to look out and back, he can see the tail rotor. Is this true, or am I
And
delusional?
we are 15 minutes out for accuracy landing, team number 7 Germany and team number 6 Czech Republic. 15 minutes for Germany and Czech Republic.
Joe, I'd love to be able to tell you the answer, but I can't.
Well, I'm sticking to that story then. As far as I'm concerned, Ivo Sikorsky was responsible for that, and he had the pilot sit in the right-hand seat so they could look back over the right shoulder and clearly see the tail rotor.
In my experience, generally you tend to learn in the left-hand seat and instruct in the right-hand seat.
Exactly.
Which is why all these guys, because most of them are instructors, will be sitting in the right-hand seat just by practice.
So it's going to be fun to see how they cope with the conditions. Conditions are pretty benign at the moment. Look at the windsock. You've got about 10 knots of speed coming in off the water. Helicopter blades and parachutists don't mix very well. So we'll keep an eye out for them.
And we are 5 minutes out for accuracy landing, team number 9 UAE and team number 8 France. 5 minutes for UAE and France.
The results are 215. I'm sweat, man. The result? What? What? The result will be at the office, 215. Now is? 150.
15-minute call for accuracy landing female teams, number 2 China and number 1 Russia. 15 minutes for China and Russia.
Start quickly on the far side is the Polish crew of Marcin and Michael Taborski. So it's Poland on the far side against Germany on the near side.
Now, the wind is really picking up as well, and that's definitely not helping our competitors. You can see the windsock there. A nice dip and a turn back down from the all 44. And you'll see he's counteracting the wind
132, 134, 135, 136, 181, 183, and 184. 15 minutes.
There's a bit of drama going on here, Joe. Alexander's missed the starter's flag. I was watching the starter very carefully. You can see the starter in the middle with the two green flags. He dropped his two flags, and Alexander hasn't moved. Here we go again. Starter up, and this time we're on.
Okay, so now Alexander's paying attention. Vladimir is his winchman. He's in the door. Now watch as the bucket is dropped down into the barrel of water. He's got a filter up with the water, and there it's extending it. As I said, when you have to get the bucket of water, you have to extend it 5 meters. Now he's got a 5-meter rope full of water. You might see some water spilling out the top. That's just because the bucket's actually got holes to help it settle. So the holes are just up around the top. Now he's moving forward. It would be nice actually if there isn't anybody in the right-hand side so you can concentrate. Very good first escape. Now, I don't know if you know anything about flying helicopters, but it's a lot more difficult than flying fixed wing because you have what's called a collective in your hand, and that collective is doing several things at the same time. And you're using your rudder, so you're using your feet, and you're using your power, and you're using your control column at the same time. So it's it's sort of like rubbing your tummy and rubbing the top of your head at the same time. And it's hard enough by itself to control these helicopters in the hopper, but trying to steer a bucket full of water through about a meter gap, that shows real skill.
And you can't see what you're doing. You're relying on another pair of eyes for the instructions.
So we can see that Alexander is making it look deceptively easy, but trust me, you see that little drift thumb that he's got there? Just gently feeding the power, letting the wind as well, I would think. He's looking at the windsock, so he's going to use that wind as he turns the aircraft into it. It'll push him back, and now he's going to head back down the course. He's still got to come through another set of gates, I think, before he can head back towards the table. And then he has to deposit the bucket full of water right in the middle of the table. You actually get deducted points for controlling if you're not in the center of the table at the end.
Mauer is the best.
I think this is what you call the slow and steady
Are you sure?
approach.
You add some color to the
That's right. In
picture.
these
But
conditions, I wouldn't
I'm
push
taking
it
to the
because once
pilot
you
to
get that
believe me.
swing of once you get that oscillation and that pendulum of the bucket start moving, it's impossible to cancel, I would think.
Yeah, the scoring is that you get 300 points, and then you get penalty points and time points taken off you. So if you fly a perfect round, you might end up with sort of 200 at the end of it. Perhaps this is what they're aiming for: slow, steady, no penalties. But they may end up being the winners. Who knows?
Female teams, number 2 China and number 1 Russia. 5 minutes for China and Russia.
That's not very nice because it's going straight down behind them. And when the aircraft is being blown down the wind like that, it's really difficult to control. And you can clearly see that it's having an effect on him. And he's doing the same that we saw in the last round where he's going nice and slow and steady. You're saying that their speed is down by about 50% from what you normally see them fly?
Oh, I'd say more than that even. This is hard work for them today, this is.
Absolutely. Well, they're doing a great job, and we've got to remember that once he gets to the end of this event, he then has to deposit that bucket full of water with the water still in it onto that table that's just waiting for him on the end. So slowly does it. I haven't seen any penalty flags raised yet. And again, we should point out that you can see the judges out there. They're making sure that they're doing the right thing, staying inside the box as well. And the judges can hoist up a
And
white
this is
flag.
also a
And a white flag
15-minute
is
call.
20 seconds penalty, and a
15
red flag
minutes
is
for
60
accuracy
seconds
landing.
penalty. So keep an eye not just on the helicopter, but also on the judges as well, because they're
Gold
crucial
Cup
to this
UAE
event.
Junior team and team from Bahrain. 15 minutes for UAE Junior team
So
and
it's the
Bahrain.
announcement gate now as he gets through that safely. Now he's got to turn the aircraft. He's using his feet to control the tail of the aircraft. The disc at the back is obviously counteracting the torque that's coming from the rotating disc on top. And that's the whole point. Now he's got to extend the rope as he approaches the table. This is the critical part now. And the last competitor took a long time. He's doing a very different route. If you notice, he's got a lot higher than the last time. And I think what he's doing is he's going to go high, center it over the table, and just go into a descent. Instead of just trying to creep forward, which didn't really work that well. So here he comes. He's down. He's about a meter forward. He needs to come back about 1 meter. But as you can see, it's shaking, swinging from right to left. But he's right over the table now. Oh, he's gone forward again. And just to the right of the table. And he's just hanging on. Is he going to lift it up again? I think he probably will. There you go. Try and center it a bit more. And that looks like it's in the center now. He's off the rope. Time finished.
So it was Yakub Kalashek of the Czech Republic leaving the course in the 44, which is now going to swap over for the German crew of Martin Eigner and Thorsten Strohmeier. So we'll have a couple of minutes of downtime while the pilots change over. If you're wondering why they seem to be doing circles, it's because they have to go through gates in a particular direction. So the first couple are in the direction of travel, then they have to turn around and come backwards through the next gate, and then go forwards through the ones after that.
And this is announcement for all accuracy landing competitors. We're going to go on standby due to high winds. Standby for accuracy landing.
From left to right the first time, you have to go from left to right the second time, which is why they're going around in so many circles.
And like we said earlier, Rob, the wind as well is causing a major problem with this because it's really, really gusting.
Strange because you're just like being afraid.
God.
Tomorrow we've got the second.
Tell us a little bit about the Fender.
Stop loving me. No,
This is Magnitude with Francesco Pico.
So not a great round, I would say, from Martin, but we'll see the scores later on.
So let's just think about that a second. We've got the German helicopter champion flying at the moment. He's got 2,500 hours, and look how difficult it was for him to get the bucket down. These are testing conditions.
Okay, for the last two rounds, we've had singletons coming out and doing it, but now we're going to go back into the head-to-head section, and we're also going to see the return very shortly of the OR-22s, because at the controls of the next one, Quinton and Chris Summers and Quinton Smith, and they'll be flying the lighter OR-22. It's going to be interesting to see how they cope with these conditions. And I would think with a name like Quinton, he'll be from the UK.
I think only his mum calls him Quentin. He's known as Q in the helicopter world. He's a very, very colourful character.
Wow.
If you see a man walking around with a Union Jack suit on this week, that's him, that's Q.
Excellent.
He's got form, Q has. He's been flying for an awfully long time. He's got 17,000 hours in helicopters. He runs a company in the UK called HQ Aviation. But he's been the aerobatic world champion twice, once in 1997 and once in 2012. He's also flown over the North Pole in an R-22.
Wow. Well, he's earned the right then to dress in a flag of any colour that he chooses. Good luck to him. And also, they'll be racing against their British compatriots.
He's racing against the Austrian crew of Thomas Morgenstern and Stefan Steer.
Ah, okay.
This is going to be a good one because Thomas has also got form. He's the 2012 World Helicopter Champion, and his crew is the 2009 World Helicopter Champion.
So, if we count out all of the world champions in there, there's going to be 3 of them.
Absolutely.
I bet that 4th guy just feels like, you know, a bit of a spare wheel. Okay, so here's the 22. You can see clearly that it is smaller and a little more demeanor than this 44, the 4-seater version. Excellent aircraft to learn to fly helicopters on. Great fun. The only thing that let me down when because I've done a few hours in 44s, is the range isn't great. So, you know, you can't exactly go cross-country on about 200 miles with a bit of reserve. And so you've got to plan your journeys where you can hop and stop and fill up, have a cup of tea, and then carry on your journey. Whereas the 44's got slightly longer legs and obviously a little bit more comfortable as well, because you bring the wife, bring your girlfriend. I wouldn't advise to bring them both. So fill up the cockpit and head out.
So we've got Great Britain on the near side. If you actually get to meet the crew member, is a guy called Chris Summers. You'd think he's from Ireland, but actually he's from Solihull in England, but he's got such a strong Irish accent, everybody mistakes him for an Irishman. Q's just getting ready, lining up, making sure the bucket is clear of the skids for when he takes off. We can see the 44 on the helipad on the runway, turning and burning, so only a couple of minutes until we're off with the next round.
I know they use the OR-44s and the 22s down in Al Ain at the Flight Academy down there. We've seen them. So a lot of the UAE Armed Forces pilots that are trained in helicopters will start their training on this particular brand of aircraft. Very easy to service as well with that ubiquitous Lycoming engine. looks like the 44 is swapped over, and they're going to come over straight into the arena, into the right-hand lane.
I was talking to Q last night, and it's all about getting through the gate first time. You want to line it up so that you don't have to come back. And the person with the cleanest flying and a bit of luck as well.
A lot of water being lost there from our Austrian team. They banged the bucket on the ground trying to get it through, and they've practically emptied their bucket, I would say.
That's big penalties. Penalty for hitting the ground, penalty for losing some water.
Yeah, and Quinton's looking very smooth. He got through those first two gates, lickety-split. Yeah, those Austrians.
Accuracy landing competitors, accuracy landing competitors, we are still on standby. It's not cancelled. We are on standby.
It means it's going to be swinging around a lot more. So actually the water inside the bucket would be helping the competitors. So Austria really struggling now, and Quinten is making light work of this course. I haven't really seen him make any mistakes at all. He's got through all of the gates perfectly, and look how far behind Austria is. They're still at the top of the course, working their way down, whereas Quinten's on his penultimate gate. He's just, oh, he's hit the post on the way through. Got a big bang there, but he did go through, I'm pretty sure. No, is he saying he got through? Yeah, he is, because to me it looked like he went around the outside. But now, as you can see, he's got a huge pendulum swing on that bucket, and that's really going to be hard to control. And he dropped the bucket. He was trying to control the weather. I think that was a calculated risk, though, because that swing was so big, he thought, right, okay, we'll lose the water, take the penalty for that. Otherwise, I'm going to be hanging around for ages to wait for this pendulum swing to go down. Now watch, he's right over the top of the table. Is he going to be able to get it down straight away? Austria still going through the gates, so he's way ahead of them. But remember, it's a timed event, so it's not about what the competitor's doing, it's about what the clock's doing. He looks like he's bang over the top and releases the cable. Austria, you're next, as you just start to approach the table now. Great Britain has finished. Quinten's going to be relaxed and watching his Austrian competitor come up behind him. Oh, that was a very quick, and he was off. He was on, he was off. And until they let go of the table, until they let go of the cable, sorry, it's not counting. There you go, he's on. Is he going to let go of the cable? There he goes. Race over. Well, Hamid, I think that was a clear win there for the UK. And Austria really suffered very early on. They banged their bucket onto the ground as they were heading up the course, lost most of the water. And when you lose most of the water, you lose most of the weight, and then it's just going to be blowing around all over the place.
Yep, it's going to be a lot harder with a lighter weight bucket. Austria lost a lot of water early on, and it showed. It took them a long time to get through the course.
كما شاهدنا أعزائي الحضور المسابقة ما بين النمسا وبريطانيا، سميث كوينتن وسامرز كريس وهو المساعد لسميث كوينتن، ومورغنستون توماس وسير ستيفن الفريق النمساوي. طبعا الفريق البريطاني فاز طبعا ضد فريق النمساوي، بأن الفريق النمساوي طبعا ضيعت فرص، وطبعا طلعت من مسار المستطيل او من خلال البوابات ورجع، وطبعا ضيع فرص كثيره من خلال البوابات، ولم يتصدر الى النقاط او يستمر في مسار المستطيل. طبعا هذه هي القواعد وقوانين من خلال قوانين المسابقة، مسابقة سلالم من المسابقات طبعا العالمية، وتستمر هذه المسابقات وتلعب هذه المسابقات من ضمن المسابقات العالمية في الرياضات الجوية. وهنا هذه المسابقة هي من ضمن المسابقات العالمية تحت طبعا قوانين ولوائح الاتحاد الدولي للرياضات العالمية، للرياضات الجوية. في جولتنا في هذه الجولة طبعا فاز الفريق البريطاني سميث كوينتن وسامرز كريس. والآن نستمر مع المسابقة في طائرات R22 روبنسون 22 روبنسون 44. من خلال هذه الطائرات العمودية نشاهدها مساعد الطيار زن فeng شن من الصين، وأيضا زياو دونغ الطيار في طائرة R22، وأيضا من جنوب أفريقيا Wuthridge, Hans, Arbenz, Monica. Over to you. So tell us more about what happened exactly. I'm just trying to explain what happened exactly with the Austrian team. Did they lose the track of the gate because they came back again and they lost some quantity of water as well?
From what I saw, he just flew a little bit too low. The bucket hit the ground, and that was the first loss of water. And then a little bit later, the bucket went into the gate and lost some more water, and that was game over for them.
Oh, yeah, so that means if they basically they did not reach to the final with the water in the bucket.
Yep, the scores will be out on the official World Air Games website in the very near future. But the way it's scored in this event is that all of the competitors go through the course, and then all of the scores are collated before they're published. They want to make sure that they're absolutely accurate before they're released. So check back in about 15-20 minutes time on the official World Air Games website for the final scores. Remember, it's not who finishes first on the course. It's a mix of time and also penalties. So you may think someone's won, but the final scores will show perhaps that they picked up a penalty that we missed and they didn't win after all.
طبعا النتائج النهائية ستكون على الموقع الرسمي wagdubai.ae ونشاهد النتائج من خلال هذه المسابقة وانضمام الفرق من أنحاء العالم يشاركون معنا ولدينا فريقنا الوطني طبعا في هذه المسابقة من دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. سنشاهد المسابقة مسابقة الإمارات ضد الفريق الفرنسي.
We're just waiting for the changeover of the two helicopters. Coming up next in the R-22 on the near side will be the Chinese crew of Bongshao and Chen Shenfeng. And on the far side in the R-44 is the Swiss crew of Hans Wuttrig and Monika Arbenz. Now, I was about to turn to Ariane to ask her because she knows them personally. Ariane, you know the Swiss crew. Tell me a bit more about them.
I met Hans and Monika for the first time 2 years ago. They're husband and wife coming from Switzerland and flying around with their helicopters in Switzerland doing local transportation.
And the most important question is, how are they going to do this week?
I think they're very professional, so I'm having high expectations on both of them.
Well, of course, this is the FAI World Air Games, and the FAI are based in Lausanne in Switzerland. So it could be that a Swiss crew are taking an FAI gold medal back home, so to speak. There's going to be a few minutes delay because we can see the fuel bowser going off to the helis. My guess is that they haven't been fueled yet. So they'll both be pretty empty at the moment. Only take a few minutes and they'll be here for the penultimate round. The Swiss crew on the far side of Hans Wuttrig and Monika Arbenz, husband and wife team. And on the near side, the Chinese team of Bongshao and Chen Shenfeng.
الآن نستعد لفريقين طبعا طائرات ستكون موجودة لاستعداد الفريقين يستعدون في هذه المسابقة مسابقة السلالم في تصفيات النهائية ونشاهد بعد قليل الفريق السويسري ضد الفريق الصيني. سويسرا طبعا من سويسرا الطيار هانز ووثريتش والمساعدة مونيكا أربنز ومن الصين الطيار زياو دونغ وتشين زنفنغ وهو المساعد في هذه المسابقة. وكما نشاهد هذه المسابقة مسابقة ممتعة جدا من خلال طبعا من ضمن المسابقات في الرياضات الجوية وفي بطولة العالم للرياضات الجوية لعام 2015. ونشاهد ونتعرف على النتائج لهذه المسابقة من خلال صفحتنا الموقع أو موقعنا صفحة الموقع طبعا اللي هو www.wagdubai.ae للنتائج.
Now, while we're waiting for the aircraft to be refueled, gives me a chance to tell you about a little event that's going to happen later on. Right? This afternoon, 5:30, we're going to have the Magno Gyrocopter project. Now, this is the gyrocopter that we've actually been building over in that tent over there by the hospitality tents over there, just to the left of the grandstand. And as the World Air Game has progressed, we've actually made this aircraft right here on site. And tonight at 5:30, right here in the main arena, we're going to do a test flight, which has all been passed by the proper authorities. So the aircraft construction phase is now finished, and now it's going to enter into its test flight stage. So if you want to see the first ever flight of the Magni Gyrocopter, that is going to be tonight at 5:30, right here in the main arena.
So Joe, they brought a bunch of pieces along with them.
Absolutely.
And in what, a few days, they've built an entire aeroplane.
Not bad, eh? 6 days time, less than a week. And on the 7th day, he rested.
On the 7th day was a beautiful, faultless flight, we hope.
Now, I can definitely tell you it doesn't normally take that long to build these type of aircraft. Normally a couple of months at least. And you want to take your time, trust me, when you're coming to build. Make sure it's exactly the right screw and everything is correct. But the team of engineers have worked tirelessly over the last 6 days. It's been fully inspected by the relevant agencies here in Dubai, and they have passed it fit for a flight test tonight. And we're going to see the first ever of this aircraft. So I'm looking forward to that, actually.
Joe, I've got some experience of this. I've built my own aeroplane. I built it in 2005. Took me about 8 months. So your 2 months is a bit optimistic.
Well, it doesn't surprise me looking at you. It took
Thanks
that long.
very much,
What were you doing? What was, now, I take it you did that at weekends, yeah? While you were doing your normal day-to-day job?
Yeah, about 500 hours of construction, evenings and weekends.
Wow. Wow, 500 hours. So even if, let's say you did that, you worked on it 6 days a week, it would still take you like 5-6 weeks to do it.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's right. The test pilot, of course, it goes through the Civil Aviation Authority of your home country, and the test pilot gave me a scare because he said he was just going to taxi it up and down the runway just to see if it was okay. Maybe a little hop the first time, couple of feet off the ground, see if it was set up nice and straight. But no, full power, off he went, came back half an hour later saying I'd done a good job. But I tell you, that feeling when you put someone else in an aeroplane that you've built, and you're trusting that you've got all the nuts and bolts screwed in properly, and that's stress, I tell you.
You must have had an amazing sense of pride and achievement, though, having constructed your own aircraft. I bet that was a big pleasing factor in that.
Yep, and the FAI have a commission specially for it called SIACA, Amateur Built Commission, and they build all sorts of aeroplanes, solar aeroplanes as well, and this Magni Gyro that's been built has been under the auspices of SIACA and their president, Alphonse Hubman, who's here this week.
We're just seeing the judges out there making sure that the competitors are bang on the starting blocks. You can't start behind the starting blocks, you've got to start on them so that everybody has the same distance to travel. FAI doing its job very well here this weekend, this week. And that is Dong at the controls of this one, or is it Chen?
It's Dong Zhao at control, she's the pilot.
Right, Dong Chao's at the controls, so he's on the left there, in the white 22, and in the white 44, the bigger aircraft mugging in now. Here comes Morgan and Stefan.
A Swiss crew of Hans Wuttrich and Monika Arbet. You were talking about take your wife or girlfriend, but not both at the same time. Well,
No.
Hans and Monika are married, so that at least gets rid of one problem.
Really? Wow. So this will be just very, very natural for him as she's shouting orders to him. Back a bit, up a bit, go right, go forward. It'll be like her parking the car. I bet he gets this every time they go shopping.
No, Joe.
Forward a bit, into the parking space. No, back a little bit.
take it you're not married.
Happily.
China on the near side, Switzerland on the far side. We're looking for the starting marshal who's standing right by the canopy piloting pond. Currently got both flags down by his side. He looks to the crews when they give a thumbs up. Then he raises the flag pointing towards that helicopter. When both crews are ready, he lifts his flags above his head, drops them, and then we're off. So all eyes on the starting marshal. Currently both crews getting ready, getting the buckets sorted, making sure the ropes aren't tangled. Monica Arbent's in the left-hand seat of the aeroplane, of the helicopter on the far side. She's ready, thumbs up. Chinese crew look as if they're ready too. Both crews ready. Starter raises flags, and they're off.
Okay, here's a critical phase. Get that bucket full of water as quickly as possible, but try not to make it swing. So the rope's extending as we speak. Ooh, struggling a little bit there, Switzerland on the right-hand side. Already got a lot of movement in the controls. Wasn't exactly smooth, but okay, he's off. China is still dipping. They've managed to fill the bucket. So slight advantage to Switzerland, and he's through the first gate and moving up the course. Okay, now rotate around. The wind picking up a little bit, and now he's got the wind behind him, which is not ideal.
Oh, big hit from China.
Was big hit right on the. What are these posts made of? Are they like steel? Because the buckets seem to bounce off them.
We actually borrow them from another federation, the Ski Federation. They're ski poles.
Wow. Well, they don't give at all, that's for sure. Okay, so Switzerland turning nicely. Struggling a little bit with this gate. China is making up ground, I think. Oh, we got a white flag there. White flag for Switzerland went up. So that's 20-second penalty. So even though China is clearly behind in the course, does not mean he's behind in the time, because Swiss has picked up a 20-second penalty. Okay. Is that another white flag? Ooh, no, he hasn't raised it all the way up, just holding it. But I know for sure they've got one penalty.
Well, Hans and Monica have their own helicopter transport business in Switzerland. Obviously, helicopters are widely used, especially for things like ski events, where we used to go. I used to live in Switzerland, and at the weekend we'd go and watch the ski events, and all of the equipment, the TV, and all of the other stuff that's needed for a ski race is all transported by helicopter. Some of the most dangerous and demanding conditions in the world because of all of the mountains. So Hans and Monica are going to be highly
look at
skilled.
the swing he's got on that though. Look at the bucket roll.
Yeah,
It's absolutely, if he goes much further, he's going to get caught in the tail rotor.
Yeah, and despite these skills, look how hard it is.
Oh, red flag there. So why has he got a red flag?
Looks as though the bucket was too high through the gate. What do you think, Ariane? Yep, couldn't quite catch that one. Oh, and the bucket's hit the floor. Oh, it's all going wrong.
It really is all going wrong. So even though China is going noticeably slower, I would say as long as they haven't picked up many penalties, they're definitely going to be winning this round. But remember, it's all about the total time. Okay, so they're finished with the gates, and this is probably the trickiest part where they've actually got to put the bucket on top of the table. So here they come, approaching the table. In the overhead. Not much of a swing on, which is good. You want a nice stable bucket. And now he's just got to lose that height. He's about a meter above, maybe half a meter now. Coming down slowly. There you go, bang on the... That was a good delivery.
That was brave.
But unfortunately, I think the damage was already done. And even though China is still out on the course, and we're flying... Dong is doing his best to get the aircraft back. Switzerland may be finished, but they picked up a lot of penalties. I saw at least one white flag and one red flag.
Another thing that's really difficult is to judge the height of the bucket above the table. You really have to get the bucket close to the table before you have any idea where it is in relation to it. So they often have a bit of a practice swing or a flyby, just so that they know that the bucket's at the right height.
And
Poor old China.
Can these guys actually practice? I mean, do the FAI tell them, okay, this is the format we're going to do in Dubai? So if they're back in Switzerland or China, wherever they are they allowed to set up like a practice course and practice?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
And some of them take it very seriously.
Well, it's like any sport in the world. The only way you're going to get good at it is repeat, repeat, repeat. And it'll become second nature. Now, China must be outside the 2-minute window by now. 4 minutes, yeah. So what happens when they go over the prescribed time? Do they lose points? Or,
Yep, like I said earlier, they start with 300 and they lose points during the event, and I'm afraid they will end up with 0. Four helicopters spinning at the moment. 2 for the parachuting accuracy landing competition over on Al Sufu Beach.
Right.
And the poor Chinese, they're still going. They're only halfway down the course. Yep, Finish Marshal is waving his flag. He's saying, sorry, that's it. It's gonna
okay,
be
so
dark
the time
soon.
limit's up. And is he going to drop his bucket, or is he going to try and continue? I don't know if he's seen the marshal. Oh, there you go. He should see him now, because he's heading to the table. He's run out of time. I'm sure he'll come over and just drop the bucket down for him. There you go. That's what he's done. Hit it in the ground. China as well, I would think, is quite an emerging market for helicopters. Obviously, vast distance involved there, but big cities, so helicopters, I'm sure, will be very popular there. Marshal waving the black flag, which signifies the end of the routine. And Dong has got the message and dropped his bucket. He'll be heading back now to the main runway, where again they'll swap over, and then we'll be on our final head-to-head, Rob.
Yep, last race coming up. On the near side will be a home crew, Hamid. Perhaps I'll let you pronounce their names, but against the other team in the R22 on the far side will be from France, Sakuna Koi and Thierry Basset. Over to you, Hamid.
Oh yes, from the UAE we've got Jamaluddin and Jamaluddin Hussam and Umar Mustafa. So Hussam Jamaluddin and Umar Mustafa in Robinson 44. وأعزائي أعزائي المشاهدين أو ضيوفنا الكرام، مستمرين مع هذه المسابقة، مسابقة سلالم، وطبعا تصفيات لهذه المسابقة لنوصل إلى المسابقة النهائية. حسام جمال الدين وعمر مصطفى من الفريق الإماراتي، وطبعا فريق إماراتي، ومن فرنسا الفريق الفرنسي يتكون من ساكونا كوف وثيري باسيت.
Who's your money on, Hamid? Who are you going to be cheering for this time?
Absolutely. Well, whoever wins. Well, UAE, definitely.
I should have seen that coming. You're not going to put your money on the loser, are you?
أعزائي الحضور، ونشاهد وطبعا نحيي فريقنا الإماراتي في هذه المسابقة، مسابقة السلالم، ومن أجمل المسابقات شاهدتها في الاستعراضات الجوية، وأيضا هنا في بطولة العالم للرياضات الجوية. ونستمر مشاهدة المسابقة. طبعا المسابقة عبارة عن طيران على متن الطائرات العمودية أو الهليكوبتر، من طراز RB4 و R22 نوع روبنسون، والطيار ومساعد الطيار طبعا اللي هو يحاول انه يتحكم على الحبل اللي مربوط على الحبل في مؤخرة الحبل، سطل او ابريق، سطل بنسميه نحن، شو رايكم؟ و يعني يعبي السطل بالماء من خلال الخزان اللي موجود على الساحة، ويستمر ويمر من خلال البوابات، وطبعا لازم يحاسب على الارتفاع ونزول في من خلال مروره من خلال البوابة هذه. البوابة طبعا 6 بوابات من خلالهم يمر ويوصل إلى الخط النهائي، اللي هو طبعا مش الخط النهائي ولكن يمر ويوصل ليضع السطل على الطاولة بشكل صحيح بدون ما طبعا يخسر أي كمية من المياه أو من الماء اللي في السطل، ويرجع من خلال المسار بطريقة أو باتجاه عكسي. والطيار لازم المفروض يعني يتحكم على الطائرة، وأيضا مساعد الطيار عليه أن يتحكم على الحبل، و ممنوع أو عدم يرجع إذا خطأ من خلال البوابة، المفروض يرجع ويبدأ من نفس البوابة ليستمر إلى الخط النهائي ليختتم جولته من خلال البوابات. Over to you, Rob. Over to you. So.
Thanks very much. Well, we're going to have a few minutes delay because there's some parachuting activity. It gives me enough time to introduce you to the French crew of Sakuna Koi and Thierry Basset, having a quick chat with them earlier. Sakuna was telling me he's won the French precision, there's a word you can't say very easily, precision championships in 2004 and 2005. And Thierry's been flying helicopters since 1994. So they should do well. I've been asking the crews the same question: how do you expect to do this week? And Sakuna was absolutely clear. He said, I'm going to win. So there's some confidence for you. We're running just a little bit over time with the helicopter event. Only got one more race to go. We're still refueling the helicopters. I can see them over on the runway turning and burning, so they won't be very long. But also we have in the air the paragliding. They've also been dropped from a helicopter. Look out to your left-hand side, you'll see the first paraglider canopy in the sky. But here we go, the R-22's in the air. That's the French crew of Sakuna Koi and Thierry Basset. They'll be on the far side of the arena. And here comes the crew that Hamid, my colleague here, is rooting for. From the UAE, give me their names, Hamid.
Oh yes, from the UAE, Hussam Jamaluddin wa Umar Mustafa in Robinson 44. وأيضا من الفريق الثاني الفريق الفرنسي يتكون من الطيار ساكونا كوف وتيري باسي.
France have been given their bucket. It looks as though Thierry has got a good hold. The ropes have got knots in them at 3, 5 and 11 meters to help the crews with the length of rope that they need. So Thierry will be holding on to the 3-meter rope as they take off.
طبعا الطائرة العمودية روبنسون 44 اللون الأبيض فريق الإمارات والطائرة طبعا روبنسون 22 الطائرة الفرنسية من الفريق الفرنسي.
Looks like both crews are ready, so all eyes on the starter out by the canopy piloting pond. Waiting for the thumbs up from the crews. France have throttled up. So the blades will be at flying speed, and as Joe was mentioning earlier, there's a handle in the cockpit called the collective, and the collective will change the angle of attack of the helicopter blades. So you throttle up to full speed. When the starter drops his flag, which will be any time now, you'll pull the collective up. That will change the angle of the blades, and the helicopter will spring into the air. Starter's ready, flags in the air, and we're off. This is the last round of helicopter parallel slalom races for today. On the near side, the home crew from the UAE. On the far side, the team from France. Neck and neck at the moment, and France have dropped the bucket into the tub first. They're up, they're away. Extend the rope to 5 meters.
المسابقة ما بين الإمارات وفرنسا، ونشاهد طبعا مرورهم من خلال البوابات. الفرنسيين طبعا مروا بطريقة صحيحة، والإماراتيين أيضا، ونشاهد مرورهم، ولكن الدقة عند الحكام لنشاهد ونتعرف على النتائج النهائية لهذه المسابقة. مسابقة سلالم ما بين الفريق الفرنسي والفريق الإماراتي.
It's pretty close out there on the course. France just slightly ahead by the looks of it. UAE having a few problems on gate number 4. Yep, France all the way to the end through gate 6. And they'll be coming back down the course in the opposite direction. France looking good, actually. The wind has dropped very slightly from when we started, which is only going to make things easier for the crews. France making it look easy at the moment. Back to gate number 4, which, oh, there's been a hit. There's been a hit on the gate for France, lost a bit of water, but it looks okay. Meanwhile, UAE just going around the top of the course on the near side. Conditions definitely more favourable at the moment. Definitely a little bit less wind than there was before. France doing well, not having many problems out on the course. And there, I spoke too quickly. They've absolutely smacked the ground with a bucket. Water flying everywhere. That's going to cost them a lot of penalties. Yep, it's pretty close. UAE coming back on the course. France, of course, with a whole bucket load of points to add to their score. And my colleague Hamid is groaning because UAE have also smacked the bucket into the ground. Not looking good at all for both crews. France towards the end now, extend the rope to 11 meters. This is when it's really tricky. Not quite sure how high the bucket is. Remember, the pilot can't see the bucket, so he's relying on the crew mount to tell him exactly where to go. Forwards, backwards, up, down, left, right. We're in the 3 dimensions, of course. Taking it steady, stopping the bucket from swinging. Look at this, they're both absolutely neck and neck. Who's going to be first to get their bucket on the table? It couldn't be closer for this, the final round of the slalom races. Is it going to be UAE? No, they've missed. They've missed the table. France are taking it slowly. UAE, are they down first? The bucket for UAE is on the table. Are they happy with where it is because they have to drop the rope for time to finish? Nope, they're trying to get a little bit closer. They're down. UAE, and France have had a disaster. The bucket has gone everywhere, off the table. Au revoir, bye-bye. Go home and come back tomorrow. That was a disaster. So there we go, that's the first round of the helicopter races here at Skydive Dubai Drop Zone. We'll be back tomorrow, weather permitting, for the second round, which is the fender racing. Similar format, but lots more action to come. So what did you think, Hamid? Your crew won on the course.
Oh, absolutely. I'm very proud to see that. And of course, UAE with the pilot Hassan Jamaluddin and his, of course, co-pilot Omar Mustafa. Well done, good job, and bad luck, of course. Well, wish you all the best, France, for tomorrow, and UAE as well, and rest of the teams. And أعزائي الحضور، تم اختتام هذه المسابقة، مسابقة سلالم في الجولة الأولى، ولكن لنا جولة ثانية لمسابقة فندر. طبعا من ضمن المسابقات في بطولة العالم للرياضات الجوية، وشاركوا معنا اليوم الفرق من أنحاء العالم، بريطانيا وفرنسا وأيضا الإمارات ونمسا وسويسرا، وحظا أوفر للفرنسيين. غدا معنا لقاء مع جميع الفرق لاستعراضهم أو لهذه المسابقة الثانية من خلال المسابقات للرياضات العالمية. Thank you very much, Rob. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks very much to Ariane. We'll be back tomorrow morning for the fender racing. Over to Joe and Hamid.
غدا fender racing. Thank you very much.
Welcome, bye-bye everyone. See you
Early
tomorrow.
start tomorrow for us, Hamid. It's 8 o'clock. We'll be back for the fender. So at the end of the helicopters, it starts at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. So, Hamid, on the schedule now, after the rotorcraft, the slalom, we have, I know we're going to have some hot air balloons a little bit later on, around 4 o'clock we were told, but I would think with this weather, with this wind, might be just a little bit blowy for them. So the highlight that we may have is the impending air show. I'll get some more information about that, what time the guys are coming in. And don't forget the Magni gyrocopter, that build, we're actually going to do the first ever test flight of that aircraft this afternoon at around 5:30. So sit back, relax, enjoy, and we'll get back to you as soon as we have the rest of the flying program. But for now, enjoy the World Air Games here at Dubai, Skydive Dubai in Dubai Marina.
أعزائي الحضور، نرحب بكم في بطولة العالم للرياضات الجوية. وطبعا شاركت دولتنا الحبيبة في هذه المسابقة، مسابقة سلالم من ضمن المسابقات في بطولة العالم للرياضات الجوية. وطبعا أرحب بالطيار اللي كان على R44 روبنسون 44 حسام جمال الدين. حسام حالك؟ طيب خبرنا عن تجربتك، هذه أول مرة تشارك صح؟
والله السلام عليكم. المنافسة كانت طيبة، أول مرة أشارك في بطولة في دولة الإمارات وفي الميدل إيست. صراحة الطيران المشارك فيها يعني very experienced pilot. كان أول مرة يعني أسوي this type of competition so it was tricky. ما تدربنا يعني المفروض يعني الأيام كنا we should have spent more time يعني training، بس ما توفقنا. واليوم الحمد لله يعني we missed 2 gates، بس الحمد لله our time was good compared to the others also. احنا ان شاء الله يعني تم المركز الثالث او الثاني، اكيد ان الواحد يعني تم المركز الاول، بس عاد الله كريم يعني.
ان شاء الله، ليش لا باذن الله تعالى، ونتمنى لك التوفيق. حسام طبعا في هذه المسابقه، لان هاي مسابقه دوليه، مسابقه عالميه يعني، فنتمنى لك التوفيق وتفوز المسابقه هاي باذن الله تعالى، تتوفق وتروح المسابقات الثانيه عالميا وتتجول مع واج او World Air Games، بطولة العالم للرياضات الجوية.
أكيد الحمد لله، أصلاً يوم سووا لي انفيتيشن إني أشارك في هذه البطولة يعني كان شرف. بغض النظر صراحة عن الترتيب أو بغض النظر عن يكفي يعني صراحة إني أشارك ضد دول نفس الروس والبولنديين، تشوف الخبرات اللي عندهم. والحمد لله يعني نتعلم، والدورات الثانية إن شاء الله نعوض ونسوي أكثر، والرياضة تكبر في الإمارات إن شاء الله.
وخبرنا عن تجربتك، كيف دخلت في هذا المجال أولا؟
والله أنا طيار من 2009، أداوم عند الشيوخ هنا بأبو ظبي.
إن شاء الله.
والحمد لله أنا أصلا I was assigned to flying powered aerobatics بهالبطولة، بس عاد
No way يا ريال.
نعم، بس تأخرت
Good to hear that، يعني at least good to hear that.
الحمد لله. I'm already flying unlimited category in international aerobatic IAC international
aerobatics in one of those
in the States.
Aerobatics as in on the helicopter or the actual aerobatic airplanes, MXS. Which one is your favorite?
Extra 300.
Extra 300, absolutely, of course.
Yeah, so الحمد لله أنا أحاول صراحة الحين أركز أكثر في الفيكس وينج to be honest. My main career is helicopter, but I'm looking forward for the fixed wing. I want to build up my skills. I'm already unlimited pilot. I'm gonna take part in the World Championship in September in Poland, and I took a part in the last September air show in the United States in Delano. And I did a couple of air shows, and alhamdulillah توفقت فيهم. I have a sponsor, that's good. So
I'm very proud. And who's your sponsor? Do you want to mention that?
Ken Erickson in the States.
Okay.
It's like a private company, it's like watches. So it's good. Alhamdulillah.
Yes, you're allowed to mention that sponsor. Why not? We're proud to have you. Actually, Hussam, by the way, Hussam, I just found out about Hussam that he is he has participated in World Aerobatics as well in Switzerland. Was it Switzerland? In Poland, sorry.
That's pretty amazing. What were you flying there?
I'm going to be renting an extra 330.
Extra 3, everybody happens. Have you seen that new one, the AX41? What do you think of that?
No, I haven't flown it and I haven't known any much about it, to be honest.
It looks nice. They've got like the the ailerons. The ailerons run the full length of the wing route. I like that. From right in the wing route all the way to the tip. Unlike the extra 330, where you got about 10-15% of non-moving parts.
Yes.
I like that.
Well, more power, better aileron, you get better lines for sure.
Exactly. Well, good luck in that. And the extra 330 really can't go wrong. Many world champions in the extra aircraft.
Yeah, thank you very much. And there is many countries will be taking part of this, so I hope I will do my best, inshallah. And represent UAE in the best image.
طبعا, of course, we'll be proud to have you. And any other aerobatics that you are planning to participate? What about Al Ain? Have you participated in Al Ain?
In Al Ain, well, I'm from Al City أصلا.
And
Homeboys should do well. Are you coming down there? It's only a couple of weeks away now. I think on the 17th we start, 17th, 18th down
Yes,
there.
but you know, you gotta represent yourself more and more in, outside the country.
basically you're selling yourself.
Exactly.
Well, come down to Elaine and we'll have a chat with you down there and we can
Hopefully,
sell you
I'm
there.
having our chats with Zoltan.
Yeah, Zoltan's coming.
And
yeah.
hopefully he wants to do for me
An introduction or
no,
maybe PR?
طيران to see how is my performance, you know.
I see. It's like a
Evaluation flight.
Evaluation flight. Okay.
So it was
Yeah.
scheduled in last August, but there was schedule constraints and it didn't
Right.
have to happen. So hopefully, inshallah, it will come soon.
So where did you do your flight training for your PPL?
No, my fixed wing or
Yeah,
my
your fixed wing.
helicopter?
Where did you
I
do
did
that?
it in Greece.
In Greece, yeah?
Yes.
Very nice. I mean, a lot of good weather's there.
Yeah.
Airspace is nice and all
Very
that sort.
nice. And
And
turbulence.
you did your fixed wing first and then you did your rotary afterwards, yeah?
In Alain, in
In
Khalifa
Alain.
College, yes.
Okay, when you come back.
So-
And how many hours have you got now?
I have around 4,000 hours.
4,000 hours.
Yes.
Well
I
done.
graduated in 2009 as the youngest pilot in the UAE.
I was trying to explain to Hamid earlier that once you get into helicopters, it sort of spoils you because fixed wing is great, and if you're going like long distance, that's probably the way to travel. But for getting from A to B and just hopping out, having a few shawarmas, and then hopping back in and just going off, it's helicopters every time. They're just so convenient.
So do you use helicopters more oftenly?
Yes, it's my main job, and that's what I do for a living. I fly for food, you know.
Oh, okay. So basically you travel everywhere with your helicopter.
Say again?
You fly everywhere with the helicopter then?
Yes, helicopters for life. And fixed wings only for aerobatics, nothing more to be honest. I'm not looking for an airliners. Helicopters for life for sure.
Absolutely. Hussam, tell us what's your Instagram so that we can find you on Instagram.
Sure, it's Hussam061.
Hussam061.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We'll find you on Instagram and add you, and of course we'll take a selfie with you as well, me, you and Joe. How about that?
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay. Thank you very much حسام. أشكرك بصراحة ونفتخر بوجودك معنا في هذه المسابقة أيضا، وإن شاء الله تكون موجود باكر إن شاء الله.
اي نعم ان شاء الله.
تمام، ونشوفك باكر إن شاء الله في المسابقة، وطبعا نتمنى لك التوفيق ونتمنى لك طبعا للمسابقات الجاية بإذن الله تعالى. نتمنى لك كل توفيق إلى الأمام إن شاء الله.
يعطيك الف عافيه.
ترفع علم الدولة واسم الإمارات في سماء العالم كلها.
اكيد ان شاء الله. هذا this is the aim ان شاء الله، نرفع اسم الدوله ان شاء الله اكيد في كل مكان ان شاء الله.
الله يحفظك يا حسام.
يعطيك العافيه سيدي.
ولد عمرك. أمان الله.
Five.
Magnitude with Francesco Pico.
Emirates.
نحيي هذا الفريق، فريقنا الوطني من دولتنا الحبيبة. طبعا في المقدمة الطيار رقم 1 ناصر العبيدلي، والطيار رقم 2 على اليسار سالم الكعبي، الطيار رقم 3 هيثم النقبي على اليمين، وعلى اليسار الثاني طيار رقم 4 خميس الصريدي، وطيار رقم 5 حمد الشرياني، وفي السلوت الطيار رقم 6 خالد الظاهري. والطيار المنفرد ستشاهدون عرض من الطيار سلطان الكندي سولو برفورمر. ونشاهد استعراض ممتع. طبعا خبرناكم ومن خلال هذه طائرات إيطالية إيروماكي، ومزودة بمحرك روز رويز فايبر، من أقوى المحركات للطائرات، وخاصة استخدمت هذه المحركات لتزويد هذه الطائرات للاستعراضات الجوية. ونحيي هذا الفريق، فريقنا الوطني فرسان الإمارات.
So we can see the main body of aircraft coming back and rising into the air in a T formation, but as they get to the top of that loop, you can see they're already starting to change into the arrowhead, and the 5 aircraft will stay together, and later on the 2 aircraft will split off and do a synchro pair display. But for this first section, all 7 aircraft stay together. The 7 aircraft representing the 7 Emirates of the United Arab Emirates. And also, if you look at their unique paint scheme, the black of the oil wealth of the United Arab Emirates mixed with the gold and sand colors on the top of the aircraft. And now as they pull up, you'll get to see underneath the national colors of the UAE flag. So number 4, number 5 moving to the outside of that arrowhead and forward. And that means 6 and 7 slotting in behind as they do a perfect loop
in close formation over the top. And now watch as they roll all 7 aircraft as one, coming out of the loop.
ونشاهد هذا الاستعراض من فريقنا الوطني. طبعا عندهم 16 فني لتكملة هذا الفريق، من ضمنهم ملازم أول مهندس نجيب الضنهاني عفوا، ومسؤول علاقات العامة فيصل المقبالي اللي متواجد معنا في الساحة. ونشاهد الاستعراض من خلال طبعا 7 طائرات تمثل 7 الإمارات، وبدن الطائرة طبعا نشاهد البدن مصبوغة بلونين، اللون الأسود واللون الذهبي. اللون الذهبي يعني صحراء الإمارات، واللون الأسود يرمز بنفط الإمارات.
So the 7 aircraft now, watch as they come up into the overhead. They'll stick together like glue as they come over the top of that loop. But watch as the smoke comes down. Get your cameras ready because they're going to split.
من أجمل الحركات طبعا نشاهدها من خلال هذا الفريق في جميع الاستعراضات حول العالم. يستعرضون في جميع الفعاليات في الدولة وخارج الدولة. طبعا انضموا مع فرسان عفوا مع زولتان فيرز البارحة، شفناهم يستعرضون مع بعض 7 طائرات وأيضا السابع.
Okay, look out now as the synchro pair come into the next section. 2 aircraft coming from the right and the left are going to cross over in front of each other as the 5 aircraft head out over the palm. So here comes them pulling straight up. Now watch as they go into the vertical. This is a mirror maneuver. They'll roll the aircraft around and then into a launchevac at the top.
ونشاهد حركة ميرور مانوفر من خلال طائرتين، الطيار خالد الظاهري والطيار سلطان الكندي، وإلى أعلى سماء سكاي دايف دبي مع حركة لونشفاك.
The MB339 powered by the Rolls-Royce Viper engine, originally built to train pilots as an advanced jet trainer, and you can see it's an incredibly stable platform, very good at these very rough and hard to control maneuvers, and instantly you can get the aircraft back into shape. Coming in now from the left, number 4 and number 5 rolling around the outside of the 3 ship at the front. Watch as they slot back in to form a mini T.
وتم تكوين هذا الفريق خصيصا لتمثيل دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة والقوات المسلحة، خاصة محليا ودوليا في مجال الطيران والاستعراضات الجوية، وذلك من خلال المشاركات المدنية وطبعا المستمرة لأي نشاط جوي. وطبعا من شأنه أن يرفع اسم وعلم دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة عاليا، ولإبراز قدرات وكفاءة أبناء دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. ونشاهد لوب مع الطيار خالد منفرد، طبعا خالد وسلطان مع حركة اللوب رول، وإن طيارة طبعا طيارة السادسة هي أو الطيار رقم 7 وهو inverted.
Now watch straight ahead, Hamid, as the 5 main aircraft come forward. They're going to pitch up, put their smoke on, and go straight into the vertical. Get your cameras ready as they give us a tribute to the United Arab Emirates in the shape of a palm tree.
والآن رسم النخلة في سماء النخلة في دبي، وهذا من خلال الطيارين الإماراتيين وجهد الفنيين الإماراتيين. وطبعا نحن نفتخر بوجودهم عالميا ليمثلوا دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة.
You can see the 6 aircraft now joining together, so that means we're into the solo routine now. Coming from your left-hand side, you can see Sultan is getting his aircraft prepped for what's called crazy flying maneuver as he stirs the aircraft's controls using his rudder, using his control stick and the power.
وهذا هو الطيار الماهر سلطان. وطبعا حركة كريزي بلايند. وطبعا نحن المفروض نغير المسمى. المفروض نغير المسمى، نسمي الحركة هذه أو المنوفر هذا رزيف.
So as Sultan Kindi heads off to the right-hand side, keep an eye out for the main body. All 6 aircraft have joined together, and now they're going to pitch up and create the shape of a barrel in the sky as they go into the barrel roll.
والآن نشاهد حركة barrel roll من خلال فريقنا الوطني فرسان الإمارات. 7 طائرات تمثل 7 إمارات طبعا. والحين شوفنا نحن 6 طائرات والآن، ولكن سلطان الكندي منفرد.
Okay, the 6 aircraft you can see heading out now, but here comes the singleton, Sultan Hindi. Now this is what's called a max rate turn, where he's pulling the aircraft around, loading up on the G, about 9 times his own body weight now, pushing him back in the seat as he does a max rate turn.
وطبعا بأسرع دوران من خلال هذه الطائرات أو هذه الطائرة السريعة أروماكي. طائرة سريعة جدا، خصيصا طبعا مزودة بتقنية عالية جدا للاستعراضات الجوية إلى الأعلى سلطان الكندي.
And you can see the aircraft rolling out as he dives down, gaining up the speed, but now look straight ahead. Again, get your cameras ready as they do the crossover.
أعزائي الحضور، نشاهد هذا المشهد الجميل من خلال فريقنا الوطني فرسان الإمارات مع ألوان علم دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. طبعا الفريق الوحيد في العالم الطائرات طبعا مزودة بالدخان الأسود، وهذه ميزة طبعا ميزة في هذه الطائرات وفقط من خلال فريقنا الوطني فريق فرسان الإمارات.
So the 6 aircraft you can see are joining up together and moving away to the left-hand side and heading off to the right-hand side. Sultan Kindi, the solo pilot. All of the pilots that are members of FAI Emirates are serving officers in the United Arab Emirates Air Force and Air Defense, and all of them, once they finish their tour with the team, head back to their squadrons. But look now as Sultan puts the aircraft into a stall at the top of that and then slides back down into his own smoke in a tail slide.
كما نشاهد إلى الأعلى سلطان الكندي منفرد في سماء سكاي دايف دبي. طبعا معلومات إضافية للألوان طبعا يتم استيراد المواد الدخانية لتكوين علم دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة من قبل شركات خارجية، ويتم خلطها ومزجها من قبل فنيين مختصين مواطنين بهذا العمل. ونشاهد الآن.
Now here they come back in the captain's bars as they pull up in formation. 2 lines of aircraft, line abreast of each other. And watch as they get to the top of this loop, they'll change shape. Number 3 and number 4 will drop back. And number 5 and number 6 will also drop back, now forming 2 ships of formation, 3-ship formation. And look how tight they are. Amazing. Now they'll roll out in this formation and head out towards the palm. And watch Mohammed as they come out towards the palm, because they're going to pull up and then they're going to put on their smoke and create in the sky right in front of us a very big heart.
والآن نشاهد، وطبعا استعدوا بكاميراتكم لنشاهد رسم أكبر علامة حب أو قلب في سماء سكاي دايف دبي، وحبا لوطننا وحبا لضيوفنا الكرام من أنحاء العالم في بطولة العالم للرياضات الجوية، وإهداء خاص من فريقنا الوطني للاستعراضات الجوية فرسان الإمارات. والآن المنفرد وهو سلطان الكندي، نشاهد ماذا يفعل. So what is Sultan's going to do?
So Sultan is looking up at the heart, and he'll be coming running back in very shortly. We're looking up into the setting sun. Find him hard to find, but there you go. You'll see him coming from the left-hand side. Now watch, you'll see his undercarriage is down, flaps are down, and he's going to do what's called a dirty roll, where he rolls the aircraft up into a loop. Okay, up into the loop, and as he gets to the top of the loop, he's going to select his undercarriage up. So by the time he comes out of the other end, the aircraft is all cleaned up, and he exits out of the loop. Now while he's doing that, you'll see the 6 aircraft, the main body aircraft just off to your left out over the palm, and they're going to come rolling in very shortly. Sultan Kindi has now put the aircraft inverted. He's going to do a half Cuban reverse turn, so he's going to head coming straight back in. And while he's doing that, keep an eye out on your left with the main body of the aircraft. They're going to form a tunnel in the sky for Sultan to fly straight through and straight up.
والآن نشاهد حركة جميلة جدا من خلال فرسان الإمارات. سلطان الكندي منفردا يطوف من خلال الفريق مع 6 طائرات بألوان مختلفة، ألوان علم دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. ونحيي هذا الفريق أعزائي الحضور، فريقنا الوطني، ونفتخر بوجودهم في بطولة العالم للرياضات الجوية.
Great display from Fédération Emirates, keeping it nice and tight. The guys in the control towers doing a great job as well as air traffic control. Thank you very much for your help. And GCAA here, Michael, well done. Great job all week. And everybody's working hard to show you the best in the world here at the World Air Games in Dubai. And you can clearly see that when it comes to the national aerobatic team, the United Arab Emirates are right up there with the best. As I said, the Aeromacchi MB339, very popular aircraft with air forces, especially in Italy. It's used as advanced flight or jet trainer. Also, their national aerobatic team is using these aircraft for their Frecce Tricolori display. And a very stable platform. Good power as well from the Rolls-Royce Viper. It's an old engine, the Viper, but it still does its job. And as you can see, it delivers the power. Now get ready as we get for the final display, or the final pass of the Fédération Emirates, as the 5 aircraft keep the formation at front. The 2 aircraft, number 6 and number 7, will be at the back, and they will roll around the smoke generated from the aircraft in front of them, forming a helix, a DNA helix. And this maneuver is called UAE DNA.
So, أعزائي الحضور، نشاهد الآن من أجمل الاستعراضات مع ألوان من خلال هذه الطائرات، طائرات ايروماكي. 5 طائرات إلى الأمام ودوران حول المحور من خلال الطائرات من فريق فرسان الإمارات. ما أجمل السماء مع هذه الألوان الجميلة لعلمنا. طبعا نستمر. هذه كانت طبعا من فقرات النهائية لفريقنا الوطني فرسان الإمارات.
We gotta say a huge thank you to Fassan Al Emirates. We'll see them again very shortly down at the Al Ain Air Championships.